It's 2025, and no one can stop you from registering a Jace the Mind Sculptor. Welcome back, Vintage Gamers, to a Saturday afternoon challenge. We're going with somebody else's deck for today. We're going to play Shockwave's Singleton combo control list. I'm going to play it as is, 75 out of 75. I think it's fun when you look at decks like this, you know, mostly Singleton, Brian Kelly style. It's fun to try to figure out why the individual cards are in the list, what they are trying to answer. And if you start just taking things out without playing any matches first, you might be introducing holes into your deck that you don't need to. So, though I will say that, unlike Brian Kelly, I would say most of these cards are considered generically strong. There are no cards in this list that make you go, huh? Besides, like, I mean, Jace the Mind Sculptor, but Jace the Mind Sculptor is still like a blue planeswalker, right? Jace the Mind Sculptor, still Jace the Mind Sculptor. So we're going to play this list. This is very similar to classic, like, Tinker Bolas' Citadel lists, but there is no main deck Tinker Citadel at all. Definitely errs on the side of power, but also consistency. One paradoxical outcome for when that card gets restricted, finally. That's a joke for anyone who wanted to joke. Anything else here? Yeah, so, like, I think there are a bunch of cards in this list that I probably wouldn't personally include. But we'll find out and identify those as we go, and then we'll have a little post-mortem at the end and talk about, you know, maybe how I would build a similar idea. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, Esper, Tinkerless Tinker, bunch of planeswalkers and toolboxes, and should be a lot of fun. I'll see you in round one. Did you know subscribing here on YouTube and following on Twitch are both free ways you can support my vintage content? Okay, round one, vintage challenge with our borrowed deck. We're up against another player who likes to play random blue cards deck, Kenzaburo. Kenzaburo, known for, like, playing 5-color Lurrus Arcanist and things like that. Looks like there's still a Lurrus. This is one of the cards I have identified as a card I probably would not play in this deck. Opal looks a little sus here, as does Lotus Petal. But I mean, are you mulliganing this hand with a force and some restricted cards? Like, probably not. I answered that. I don't think I answered it directly. I think I answered someone else's, but I think you would probably, based on, like, what it means to be a power 9, I would probably put Soul Ring there. That being said, Dave Williams brought up the point that Soul Ring was not a rare in alpha, so that gets a little question marking as well. Like, what does it mean to be a power 9? I'd probably put Soul Ring, though. Fits the theme, is uniquely powerful, is restricted in vintage, is part of alpha. Thing it isn't is it's not a rare. This list, I assume, has no surveil land. It does have double island, which is pretty cool. But we obviously can't fetch an island here when we have all the kinds of different colors. Man, I don't know. Like, we're just, like, not doing anything, right? Like, we're really not doing anything. Maybe I mean, like, if I mulligan, then my hand just, like, gets generically worse, and it might not even work. Whereas this hand, like, has good cards, it just needs to have a payoff. But, like, we also have the problem where there's one stock up in this list. So, but if we were drawing, like, Ancestral, so let's uniquely play, you know, Yogg-Will's really great with Ancestral. My opponent played nothing and passed. It's interesting. Key. Well, certainly interested in Key. Maybe I should fetch at this point, but I still don't think I want to. Ah, mental misstep on key. Key. Another no land pass. So 7 spells in my opponent's hand. We might be able to just balance them at some point to mind twist them. Don't want to do it while I'm losing a land to do so, though. Well, there's another land. But again, holding everything up. To fairy. Okay, I think I like... I mean, I don't like doing anything because my opponent has all spells in their hand, but... I don't know. Spell pierce. Misstep. Yo, what up? We're just so behind on cards because my opponent hasn't done anything. And we've played all kinds of nonsense. Negation, pitching, force of will. I mean, seems like as good a spot to fight over as any. Certainly makes my balance stronger as well, especially if like they untap and frog or something. I mean, if their last card is Bowmaster, they should have another. Oh, they had 2 force of wills and 2 force of negations. Okay, you got it. They're down to 2 cards. We got 2 cards. We've got 2 lands. They've got 2 lands, and we've got 2 bad Moxen, and they have 1 good Moxen. So hopefully they like untap, and well, that's pretty good against my Yogg-Will. The key is not gone forever. The key will be gettable by Karn if we want. Oh, immediately crack for a card. Kind of want them to go like land, frog, and then we balance it away. Would be like my happiest place. But this is pretty good. It's gonna make them have a 1 mana counterspell. I'm just gonna jam this. Demonic Consultation. What are they gonna consult for? They've used 2 force of will, 2 force of negation. Are they gonna consult for 2 of force? That's pretty crazy. That would be very wild. I can't imagine. I guess this could be just Doomsday, huh? Nah, there's a Pearl, though. Does the Lurrus Doomsday play Pearl? I'm not sure, actually. No, it's Frog. What'd they go for? They went for Force of Will. That's crazy. They pitched 2 Force of Wills, and then they consulted for one of the 2 remaining Force of Wills. That's wild. 3 Wastelands, a Strip Mine are gone, 2 Bowmasters, 2 Frogs, 2 Pushes. And they're going to go to 1 card here to counter Ancestral, and I have Yogg-Will Ancestral? Like, okay. Force pitching Daze. They've had Daze the whole time. This pedal's been holding it up for me. All right. I mean, pretty good. 1 card remaining. Buying Lurrus. They have Lurrus Lantern Loop, so I'll probably cast this Yogg-Will this turn. Yeah, let's play Mana Vault. And then I will make mana with this and make mana with this. And I'm always going to get it back. So I don't have to worry. And then I'll balance their hand away. after the Yogg-Will, and then I'll Ancestral and play a land. It's pretty nuts. I guess like I might as well just. I don't know what color I want to make yet though. I think it's fine. Oh, if I want to balance right away, then I should just make white off this. So I'm gonna Yogg-Will with the ability to pay for Spell Pierce and Fluster. And they quit. Yeah, so here I would let the Yogg-Will resolve, and then I'll balance to get rid of their last two cards. Their last two cards out of their hand, Lurrus +1, and then I'll go Lotus Petal from my yard, Misty from my yard, fetch, Ancestral, maybe Merchant Scroll for a force, and win the game. I did not think we were gonna win this game. I guess we got like a little lucky that opponent missed on some lands, but we had like the most. We obviously had powerful cards, right? But our cards were so clunky. Like one Wasteland, we lost this game. Weird game. Very weird game. So opponent is on blue-black Frog, right? We didn't see any Tundras. I don't think there were any Tundras there. I don't particularly like Tinker Blightsteel against like the Spell Pierce deck. It's just a way of playing Magic, right? Like Tinker Citadel is going to add variance to your deck, even though it will also add power. Some people like that. Some people don't like that. Got 3 removal spells to bring in here. And then I'm probably just going to take out Mystical, Vampiric, cards that don't trade well into what opponent is doing. Probably still want like the random Needle on Wasteland in this deck. Maybe that's silly, but the 1 negation and the 2, like these are just like generically bad cards to have against blue. Like value decks. Thanks. Swoop. Swoop. I don't think I want Tinker Blightsteel. Like I think Tinker Blightsteel is probably like resolving a Blightsteel is obviously good against my opponent's deck, but resolving a Tinker seems way too hard. But also this Twister looks awful, so maybe maybe I can make it work here. Like this Twister looks so bad against my Bowmaster opponent. What card would I take out? Yeah, I mean maybe I'll take out 1 force. I might just take out Mana Vault. This is like not a very good Mana Vault deck. There's 1 Karn, 1 Pio, 1 Tez. Super sus. I might just take out this Opal. I'm gonna take out Twister and Opal and I'll bring in Tinker Blightsteel. Try that. I did not ask Shockwave about his deck before this tournament, so I have not gotten any advice on how they like to sideboard. So we're just gonna figure it out as we go. His hand looks fine. Tezzeret. The fact that we have a Tezzeret that can tutor portable hole is very nice. Surveil land, I assume. Yeah. We definitely saw a Daze. Kept the card on top. So there's incentive to not play our 3-drop into Daze and Spell Pierce. Will I do that? Probably not. It's a Frog. Frog is fine. So I might go... Interesting. I was thinking about going like Tezzeret minus Pearl Hole. But now I think I might just go Bobble into Hole. Also helps play around like Mental Misstep as well. Hopefully they just force this. Mental Misstep. Not bad. Now we got a Portable Hole on Frog. Still playing around Daze. If they force, we'll force back. It's fine. If not, we continue here. Hi, Chess. Hope you had a good evening. So another Frog. There is another hole. So theoretically, if I hit a land that makes blue mana, I could Tezzeret into another portable hole. But if I miss, it's kind of bad for me. I could brainstorm to see if I can hit a mana. I guess I don't need a blue mana, sorry. I just need any mana. I was thinking about Narset's casting cost. Okay. This is wonderful. And I can shuffle away the ruby. Yeah, this is great. I mean, so far so good. All of our cards are really strong. There's just like one of each of them, you know. This misstep covers us from Spell Pierce, which is insane. Negation, pitching force. So then the question becomes, am I willing? Like they would cast Spell Pierce if they had Spell Pierce, right? So I think I'm just gonna pitch this misstep so I can save my Narsa. And now I get to shuffle that ruby away, grab another portable hole, another frog, and then I'm untapping with a Narsa as long as I don't get wastelanded. I mean, pretty nuts. Also have a bunch of mana, extra mana off of the Soul Ring with Tez. Not that I don't know what I would use that mana for. Lorien Revealed cycles into another land, and then they have one card. Maybe they just buy Lurrus. Both frogs are under holes, so they can't even come back. This has kind of been a slapping. Kind of just run circles around our opponent a little bit. I assume they're going to buy Lurrus, but I guess maybe they could have a Bowmaster or a Negation or something. I mean, Lurrus is still good on this board, right? Like, it's pressuring Tezzeret. Even if it's not bringing anything back, it's a free creature that you can get from... Not free, but it's a random creature you can get. Is Treasure Cruise? Trying to find, like, figure out what would be the... No, just buy Lurrus. Okay, so Lurrus +1 in hand. We drew Yogwill. Yogwill does not currently bring back a land, but it does bring back Bauble Brainstorm. I don't know if that's actually that good. I mean, it would let us pop our Tez if we wanted to. I think I'd rather just play Narsa. Like, if our Tez can ever get to 4 and we get a Lotus for our Yogwill, it's even better, right? Needle Swords. Needle lets us tick up Tez, but Swords lets us Swords a Lurrus, so seems fine. And then I could Yogwill just for a Vexing Bauble. Feels like not a good use of my Yogwill. Null Rod. Null Rod go. Let's see. Well, my portable holes were my answers to Null Rod. I could still like stand it up with a Karn and swords it maybe. Saga's pretty fucking good here. Let's minus our Narset. A force. I have a needle I can tutor. Doesn't do very much. This force is like not very good right now, but it's probably still better than a random Mox. Like I would love a Petal or a Pearl if I didn't get null rotted there. But yeah, I could go Pearl and then minus Tez, play Needle on Wasteland and play Saga. I would lose my Tez, but I would guarantee I have a Saga going. A problem with that line is I wouldn't be able to immediately Swords Lurrus because I would have to spend all my mana on Saga, but maybe that doesn't matter because I don't care. I'm not sure. I try. We get strip mined immediately, right? Oh, I should have done this with probably my Saga mana. That's okay. Oh wait, I have mana to Swords, so we're fine. Not that I need to Swords Lurrus, but Orcish Bowmaster kills Narset. Not much I can do about that. I might be supposed to Swords this Bowmaster so I don't randomly lose to Twister. So I'm going to make Saga tokens next turn. My opponent's like bought Lurrus, then played a bunch of cards off the top. All right, well, now they have to beat double Saga token, and these are large Saga tokens. We've been playing a lot of artifacts this game. Can't get a bauble, so... I mean, I guess we get a key, just in case we eventually get freed somehow. But, I mean, we get one... I guess we can't get Wastelanded. Oh, I don't know. We don't have a lot of control over what's going on in the rest of this game, but... it looks like we have enough. Another Bowmaster. I think they got Twister. I mean, now they have Lurrus Bowmaster blocking loops, which is pretty unfortunate. But we have two 9/9s, so... a land gives us Snap Swords as well. Immediate dig. I don't know. I just expect people to always have removal anyways. Who knows? At least we can't get wastelanded. Where's Solly when you need him? We got Needle on Wasteland, just like you asked for. It's 5 blue-black duels and a time walk. Okay. It's going to be a lot about this Snap Swords resolving. No, they hit their own Saga. Obviously, those are a lot smaller. One card in my opponent's hand. If I do hit a land and Snap Swords, and on the following turn, I can Yogg-Will back my Saga for more Sagas. So, if I find like another black source, obviously. Found it. So, pretty good. Let's let them commit their Bowmaster blocks first, and then they're not blocking with Bowmaster? That's crazy. That's like the whole point of this spot. Am I supposed to wait then to like... Play around a Twister. Plays into like hard cast Force though. I mean, I guess I'm gonna wait. I'm so perplexed by why they wouldn't block. The problem with like waiting is like they can just like have hard cast Force now, right? But then they have Twister, right? I mean, I'm pretty good at this game. Play around the cards that matter. It kind of just felt like the way they were playing the game was to play the Twister outs, you know? Like that's just how the whole game felt. So oh, I get a fresh set. See what happens. I drew a Blightsteel Colossus. Could probably cast it if I draw Tolarian Academy. I have a Strip Mine for their Saga. I have a Tinker that gets me nothing. And I have 5 other lands. All right, well, that was a really bad Twister. They also need... I don't think they're supposed to cast Ancestral there. They have to hit Time Walk for that to be good. Because there's 2 9/9s coming, attacking right now. That's a really... Like, I mean, maybe they drew a Bowmaster and it's fine. Could be true. Only 2 Bowmasters left in their deck, though. I guess they have another land drop. Maybe it's fine. All right, it was a really bad Twister for us, though. No, they still have walk. Oh, thanks. I am pretty okay at this game. It's just their plays just didn't make sense. Like it had to be it. I'm still pretty worried about losing this game. Like obviously you have an overwhelming board spot, but like Lurrus Bowmaster Loop is still really threatening here. Like this was probably close to the worst possible. Like we got 5 mana sources and none of them were Tolarian, so we're in a kind of a bad spot if they find some kind of stabilizing card and they got the Twister into Ancestral. Demonic Consultation? I guess. For what? Time Walk? They went for Time Walk and they hit it after 2 cards. I mean... I guess. My opponent had 1 Time Walk in the deck. It was the 7th, 8th card down. I mean, opponent has been doing some pretty crazy consults. I guess this is the Kaplan tech, right? I hate it. I am not a fan. Now they have a Vexing Bobble preventing more Moxen. And a Frog. And the Strip Mine. I don't know, man. My opponent just naked twistered, and then their cards were all good. What am I doing here? Ah, shit. My cards were all bad. PO. PO I would not consider to be bad. I can probably beta counterspell with Tinker. Attack first. They're both lethal, so that's at least good. I guess my opponent could just pitch a bunch of cards to Frog. 6, 7. If I lose this game, I'll be pretty sad. I guess they have a Bobble in play, so they'll have to have exactly Spell Pierce to counter Tinker, so maybe it's not even worth tinkering. There's nothing I can really get. Our Twister was pretty close to worst possible, yeah. I mean, they still need to beat a pair of 9/9s. There's just nothing to tinker for. I think I am going to fetch and find my last Underground Sea, though. Yeah, I guess I could have not. No, I don't think we can do that. Because, like... because we need to play our land drops and get to PO. I'm like worried that tinkering an artifact here is actually really bad for me in terms of play. I think I'm just gonna just pass. I feel like we have to play our land drops here, so I can't really discard to hand size. Replay Frog. I mean, they still need to, like, if they don't have another creature, they need to block both constructs. There's 3 Bowmasters in exile already. So... like, they are kind of bleeding still to these constructs. I can probably bluster. Well, I mean, if they block with Lurrus, they lose their recurring creature engine thing, right? Does taking them off of mana do anything? Not really. I'm just going to attack with my 2 constructs, and... no, I think I'm just going to hold the Snapcaster back. Just in case they have, like, push plus block, and then they would get back in with Lurrus and lifelink. Like, I think I just want to hold the Snapcaster back. I don't think they have push in their deck, but, like, they could. I don't know if, like, the 2 damage matters. If they block and chump, okay, all right. So they still are just dying to these. Like, they need to find a dress down. I feel like if they had a dress down in their deck, they would have gone for dress down instead of time walk, right? Wait, how big does this frog get? Does this frog become a 9? What am I missing? They're just discarding a bunch of wastelands. They had Black Lotus, Spell Pierce, Scalding Tarn, Wasteland. Does it mean they're giving up? Because this is not big enough, right? A null? I think they've realized it's not big enough. See, this is what would have, if I had tinkered as bait, this would have been really bad for me. Because my thing would not have been big enough. I think we won this game, but it was really close in the end. That's wild. I don't really know what happened there. I mean, their cards were not good, to be fair. Like, these cards after Twister are not good. Lotus, Wasteland, Tarn. But ours were also horrible. Like, theirs were definitely better than ours, but it's only because ours were so bad. I mean, they consulted for Time Walk with, like, 30 cards left in their deck. And, oh, that's crazy. Here we go. Round 2. We got Bill's Eye, so Golo Shops. And we've got turn 1 Karn and an Academy. Don't have anything to get off this Karn, though. Don't even have a... like a Soul Guide Lantern would let us play Soul Guide, exile Lotus so that I could get it back with Karn. I think this is just not very well constructed there. I think like a Soul Guide Lantern here would go a long way because I'd have 5 mana, I'd play Karn, I'd get Lantern, Lantern would exile Lotus, I could rebuy Lotus next turn with Karn, and then it would turn on my Opal, my Metalcraft, and it would make my Academy make more mana. It's very unfortunate. So what do I do instead? Do I still cast Karn? Do I play stock up? Like my opponent is a Golos like Wasteland deck. I'm pretty sure the answer is we play Karn anyways, but maybe I don't play Academy out. The fact that I just have nothing to get is like very frustrating. But I get a P hole. But it doesn't hit Crawler. I mean, maybe Crawler will find us some action, so. Jace the Mind Sculptor. I don't even actually have extra mana off my Academy anymore. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. I feel maybe I just made a mistake and I had to just cast turn 1 stock up instead. Well, thankfully the Scrawling Crawler is going to help us. It's going to give us extra cards. The Scrawling Crawler might save the game for us. Like, they need to play the Scrawling Crawler to attack this Karn to get out from underneath I mean, they don't need to, but they probably want to. But it's really good for us. This card is... I did have a whole really long conversation with CRK about that card inside of Seer Shop's chat, if anyone wants to read it. Pretty good conversation. Reasonable. Soon this gets Saga, but it could get like Caracas or Wasteland. Just another workshop. It's probably fair. I think I'm going to thin and fetch out a Tundra. Maybe that's a greedy play, but snap. Okay. I have Portable Hole, Cage, Lattice, and Colossus. It's just not very good. So I could bounce either of these units to keep my Karn in play. I mean, they would probably attack Jace. If I play my Petal and I use my Academy, then I'm actually still short. It's probably just cast stock up then. There's no swords in the main, right? Such a fairy and a balance. I mean, a balance would be pretty sick, so... Merchant Pearl Soul Ring. Top. I hate this. Why can't my deck just have normal cards? If I take Pearl Soul Ring, then I can play Jace, bounce Crawler. Golos probably kills Jace. I could just take Pearl, use all my mana, and then have a Merchant for next turn. The problem, yeah, probably that's fine. I mean, I think I'll probably still gonna get there. It just feels stupid. uh, I mean, maybe bouncing is silly too. But like, I should have a bunch of mana next turn, right? Maybe not a bunch. New crawler. My spells are just like not feeling impactful, which is a problem. Stone coil and a sphere. Yeah, it's really bad for me. And I assume this just kills Jace. I mean, yeah, I'm not close to like casting a Colossus or anything. I wonder if casting a Lattice. I can't do that anyways, right? This sucks. uh, I think I just like I must have been super off base and trying to go for this Karn. All right, well, this Karn can at least get me a portable hole now. I can either kill the Stone Coil or the Sphere. Probably just the Sphere. And then if I hit a land, I can Merchant for an Ancestral, cast Ancestral. If I hit a land, then I can Snapcaster, block Crawler, and Ancestral again. Oh, I have a PO in my deck. Does that change anything? Oh no, I can't cast PO this turn. I could Mystical, but I don't have a Tinker in my deck. That's crazy. Okay, I'll cast Ancestral. My bad, I guess. I'll lose 3. I hit my mana, so I can play this. All right, so now I lose 1. And what I can do is I can snap and target Ancestral. Block the Crawler and then Ancestral. What a crazy game. I just feel like I'm working so hard. Like, I'm trying to eke out some actual power from my stupid Magic cards. Everything is at Karn. Just fine. Play a Snapcaster Mage. Target Ancestral. Don't cast Ancestral. Go to blocks. Block Crawler. Cast Ancestral. I did not hit another force. So I have 1 force to stop whatever the hell my opponent comes out with here. Hopefully I don't get my Academy wastelanded. That would be a problem. I mean, we have to wait and see. Chalice on 0. I know it's bait, but like if my opponent plays if they just play a sphere, then like it's pretty bad for me anyways. I don't know if I'm getting wastelanded. They could have a vexing bubble. I need to draw another blue card. I'm gonna negate it. Hopefully it's just like more Goloses. That's kind of the thing we wanted to negate. Maybe they'll brick. Soul Ring. Golos shuffles this forward. They don't have that much mana left, though. We might just be able to free roll a PO here and win. Depends if they like playing Null Rod or not. I assume PO is better than Yogwill. I don't see like an instant win with Yogwill or anything. Decline to use the Golos. So they liked the card on top. Sphere. Nettle Cyst. Okay, so I have to beat a Sphere. Whoa, I need to win on this turn beating a Sphere. I mean, I make a lot of mana because the Academy didn't go away, so... I lose a lot of the mana I would get off of PO. My PO would draw me 6 cards. I play Opal, and I play Emerald, Ruby, Crypt, Vault, Activate Academy, PO, all the non-portable holes. I think it's still probably PO, even though I can't chain it. Vamp Demonic Yogwill might have been a win. It's certainly possible. I mean, I had to counter that Chalice, right? All right, that's a Time Walk and an Otawara. So... Otawara this. I don't have a PO in my deck still. So I still need to win with like a Yogwill. Oh, God. None of those cards actually win the game. I'm actually gonna die. No! I lost after POing for 6 because all of my cards were bad. I hate this deck. Bro, my God, this deck is so bad. I have nothing I can do, right? Even if I draw and fetch, I have just nothing. Holy hell, this deck sucks, man. There are just no good cards in the deck? Like... Yeah, maybe I messed up. Maybe there was a line I missed in this game. It's probably the case. Just imagine if, like, instead of we just had a couple more POs in our deck, we could never lose. All right. And stop whining. Stop whining. Figure it out. I just can't believe people play decks like this. What do we do? Missed up. What's my blue count gonna be here? 5, 6, 11, 14, 17, 20. Ugh. I mean, yeah, I did it for you, the people. They said, look at this cool deck. That's winning, Justin. Why don't you play it? I did it for you, the people. I agree. Well, PO was the right tutor, right? Like, I was way too constrained on mana to not PO. And I feel like I countered the right spell, too. On the play, I like really want to have... Can't really afford to take out any more blue cards, can I? Like, I really just can't afford to do that. All right, cool. Let's try this. Saga Gaming. Great. I have to commit to this, and I think it's horrible. Like, I have to keep this, but this hand is so bad against chops. Like... Beat me. Patchy boy, metamorph my portable hole. Not the one random metamorph. Oh. Yeah, there's no justice in this world, man. What is going on? What is happening, bro? What is happening? Oh, so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh, that's so dumb. Okay, anyways. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm so lucky. It's unbelievable. Okay, all right. Game 3. Honest game 3. Oh boy. Well, that hand sucks. Okay. Keep. Let's get rid of this key. 7-card Bill's Eye keep. What do we got? Mox. Lotus. Tomb. Sphere. Null Rod. Okay. Pretty fucking good. I'm gonna wait here, so I don't get wastelanded. One card left in my opponent's hand. I can't bounce this Patchwork Automaton. Probably just Ancestral again. Portable Hole, Null Rod, Black, Yogwill, Lotus, Land. I'm pretty sure Ward is ability. Yeah. I searched up my other Tundra. That's fine. No blue card for Force again. I feel like we have so few blue cards in our deck. I assume they crack this to try to buff up this Patchwork even more. Strip Mine. Can still use this to Fairy as a bounce. Probably just bounce the Patchwork and pay. Oh, that's pretty good too. Not a very good balance. Kind of want to hold this Strip Mine in case they draw Saga. All right, I think we win this game. What a crazy set of games. So I can just vamp for I mean Blightsteel, maybe not the call considering they have a Metamorph in their deck. I could balance down to one card. Probably not. Ah. I could balance in their draw step. keeping Vamp and Black Mana. They kind of need to have a Wasteland, right? Crawler. All right, I think I'll just balance their 2 creatures away. Oh, now... Oh, I can... Now I'll have no cards. Is that bad? I didn't think they were holding a Mox. I'm trying to figure out if I want to, like, keep Teferi alive. Like, do these cards matter? I lose a land. They lose their board. We keep Teferi alive. We make a construct. I think it's fine. My card's like... I don't know. This is winning, right? Like, it should just be winning. I mean, it's less about the constructs and the fact that both players have no cards, right? I'm not sure that was like the best way to win, but it feels like 4 ancient tombs. Oh boy. That round really tested me from a mental standpoint. What a crazy, crazy match. I mean, maybe we should go back and look at game 1 and try to figure out where I went wrong, because it feels like I should always be winning a game that starts the way it did, but like my cards just like weren't doing what I needed them to do. And I still feel like we put ourselves in a spot to win the game 1 with the PO, and the PO didn't do what we needed it to do. Because we didn't like need an Otawara or a Force, we just needed like an action spell. But the problem is the deck has so few action spells. Like, we're not drawing to 4 PO, 4 stock up. We're drawing to 1 stock up, 1 PO, 1 demonic tutor, you know? And maybe I'm it might be like I am taking the wrong lines because I'm expecting a certain outcome from spells that's not going to happen. I do think that like 2 Tabernacles is crazy, and if we simply had 1 Tabernacle become a Soul Guide Lantern, our game 1 was so easy, right? We lead that game off with Karn getting Soul Guide Lantern, playing Soul Guide Lantern, turning on our Mox, getting rid of our Lotus so we can rebuy Lotus with Karn and cast stock up. Like, the game was actually just super easy if I think our sideboard is correctly configured. And I always have the Soul Guide Lantern for the Karn because it's good in every matchup, right? It's always the ability to draw a card off the Karn. It's the ability to get rid of a card from your yard so you can buy it with Karn. Like, that small change makes the game 1 go from really hard fought, super long, like 20-minute game or whatever to you're probably just winning on the spot. So, all right, round 3. So far, so good, I guess. It's been a wild one. Another Ancient Tomb deck. Vexing Bauble. I don't think I'm forcing Vexing Bauble. I don't think pitching a card and forcing is worth it. That's unfortunate. That is... My opponent hit me with the in chat. I'm new to Vintage. Fair enough. Reasonable. Two-O bracket, maybe. I wonder if it's mono white then. It's probably mono white, right? Could be shops, I guess. Ooh, that brainstorm might be nice. I'm gonna keep that, and I'll probably use it right now. I don't think I want to try to get max value from it. I really hope it's my opponent's only white source. If you could resolve your Black Lotus through your own Vexing Bauble, that would be quite the powerful card. Oh, wait, the Bauble's being cracked. I assume that means they drew a Chrome Mox. That's the only reason I think you would crack a Bauble here. You need like a white source, so you drew a Chrome Mox and you want to unlock your Chrome Mox? Yeah. So the question is how many Chrome Moxes? Because I could theoretically counter this. But if they have a second Chrome Mox, I look really silly, right? Let's see what this brainstorm gives me first. Okay, I think I'm gonna let it go. And the reason is because I want to be able to counter like land Void Mirror. So I can play Mana Crypt next turn. Though I guess this means I could get Cavern Archon, then that's pretty bad too. So maybe I messed up. I don't know. It is mono white though, so everything makes sense. Wasteland. So it's gonna be Wasteland and Void Mirror. No, it's just gonna be Wasteland. Okay. I'm going to fetch a basic and what am I gonna do? I could Black Lotus, Time Walk top. I could just Time Walk now. I could just play Tezzeret, untap my Crypt, and spin. Play Tezzeret, untap my Crypt, and spin. It's not very good because I can't Time Walk after. I think I'm gonna Time Walk. Obviously, Time Walk gets better if I have walkers in play, but I think I need to give myself more chances here. We missed anyways. So now what do we do? Imagine if I had mana, I could portable hold this Chrome Mox. I think I'm just going to get a Narset in play and get 2 activations. I have a Force still. I think it's fine. I have multiple Forces, apparently, because I'm not taking these other cards. I'm not thrilled with how that sequence went. I was really hoping to find extra mana. Looks like they don't have a Chalice. That's good for me. I'm gonna... I mean, all these cards are pretty good. Probably activate top so I could theoretically get a counter off of it. Maybe I can just get rid of the other Force and keep both these cards. Then I can go like Jace, or like snap Time Walk into Jace or something. Maybe I can do that. I'm gonna draw with this in case I want to use it as a trigger. I've also lost like every crit flip, which is not great. Ancestral Ruby Merchant Soul Ring. I don't have a Tinker to get rid of this crypt. I was thinking like I could take Soul Ring and go play Soul Ring, play top, tutor Sapphire, play Snap Walk, place. That's probably still correct. Yeah, how am I finding the Karn, man? What does this mystical get? P.O.? I guess I can get P.O. Oh, Twister probably also works. Just get P.O., man. I don't know. Guess I win. Oh, I should have gotten Key and just Vault Keyed. That would have been easier. I could still do it because I can just cast another PO. It's fine. Or I could have just demonicked for a Time Vault when I had a Tezzeret. That would have worked too. All right. Well, I did win the game. I just took a long roundabout way of doing so. Well, that was fun. Ooh, should I get a Blight Steel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'll just get a lettuce. I mean, I could do everything, man. I could do everything. I had it all. Our opponent helped us out there. That would have been a pretty hard game if our opponent had led Lotus. I probably would have forced Lotus. I think that's pretty likely that I would have forced Lotus. I don't know if you're supposed to bring in Tinker Blightsteel here. I'm gonna try. And I think I'm supposed to bring in Portable Hole and Ending and take out Bobble, Needle, Fluster, Misstep. They can, but I don't expect them to have Swords to Plowshares in versus me. Probe is probably worse than Consign. Oh, I get to play Jace. Don't. There's a lot of getting happening. The Jace is fine. Like Jace isn't bad. Jace is a powerful blue planeswalker. It's just like I was talking with CRK about this. There's two really easy examples. Cards that are cast off of Mishra's Workshop, one Mishra's Workshop activation, uh, and cards that are blue have a lot easier time being played in Vintage because of how high their floor is. You can get away with playing suboptimal Workshop artifacts. You can get away with playing suboptimal blue cards as long as they're blue. Gonna have to force this. So unfortunately, this is my Merchant Scroll for Ancestral, but can't really let Mono White on 7 have a Mana Crypt. It's too good. I didn't actually look for a Chancellor there, so that was a little dicey. And a Bobble. All right. Well, opponent figured out the sauce there. I'm gonna strip mine there, White Source. Another one. Saga, Key. Currently don't have the mana to use Saga. Don't have a choice though. Let's like crack Bobble again to try to get their zeros out. There's no draw. Oh, they got a Wasteland. So will they Wasteland me or... I assume they will. Maybe they'll hold it to try to get to 3. Okay. Opal. No land follow-up. Ancestral Recall is a pretty good draw. We've drawn so well. Am I willing to portable hole this? I don't think so. I think I'm going to wait. I think I will this next turn, though. Do I have any Karn targets, though? I don't, right? Oh, I have my own Vexing Bobble now, baby. Actually, Needle on Wasteland's quite good here. I'm gonna make it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go portable hole. They'll probably crack. Just fine. And then Mox. Karn. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm just going to Karn for a Vexing Bobble so that they can't play any zeros here. Kind of forces them to have drawn a land to play their 3-drop. And they can't like Dragon plus Waste. Oh, you're right. Karn also does that. Okay, no, you're right. I should have just gotten Needle on Waste. You're right. I forgot that Karn actually has text. Well, I'll just cycle it. It's fine. No, you right. You're right. I should have gotten Needle on Wasteland. That is true. I don't think it matters though, because my opponent can't go Wasteland and Dragon. If they could go Wasteland and Dragon, it'd be a problem. But if they go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm actually short right now of Bounce plus Karn. Maybe I won't crack the Bobble because it's +1 mana. Yeah, it was bad though. I should definitely have Needled Wasteland. I'll be pretty sad. So here's the Dragon. So if I hit a land drop or a Mox, I can have Otawara Lattice if I keep the Bobble. What I can't do, unless I draw a fetch land, is ending this Conqueror. Actually kind of worried, because if I like bounce this, then I don't have a spell to play. It's pretty bad. But I guess I could still crack Bobble and try to find spells. Force. It kind of sucks. It's definitely not what I wanted to happen. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm short. I have nothing in exile. So I can't lattice. So I guess I crack. Man, this was a bad sequence. I'm actually in trouble now, aren't I? No, I have a hard cast. Well, I can't hard cast Force because there's a dragon cavern. I actually think I'm in trouble now. Wow. I think I might have thrown this game. Wow. The reason I didn't crack is because if I hit a mana source on my draw step, then I have exactly enough mana to bounce the dragon and play Lattice. But if I crack, I don't have... I lose a mana off my Tolarian Academy. So now I probably need to draw fetch land. Pretty bad sequence from my side of the table. I probably could have done different things here. I need 3 colors of mana to ending this. I only have 2 colors of mana. I got strip mined! Fuck me, man. Thanks, Asgard. I needled Wasteland and got strip mined again. I think I lost this game. That's crazy. I really threw this one, huh? Wow. I can't believe we're losing this game. These Karns have just been so bad. I've also drawn just like really, really bad cards. Well, there's only one Karn in Vintage. You're only allowed 1 copy of Karn, so typically you don't build a very heavy Karn board in Vintage. I do think this Karn board could use a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I can draw Balance, I guess is probably my only draw. Even then, I'll probably still just lose to the Undercity. I'll definitely lose to the Undercity. Okay. Oh, we'll play game 3. That's really frustrating. I mean, if I had Cracked Bauble, it still would have been bad, right? Because I would have drawn Force. Yeah, it's too late, though. It's too late. The only draw that's good here is Balance, I think. We hit what? Soul Ring, Crypt, Force in a row, and Jet. It was Soul Ring, Crypt, Force, Jet, and like those cards are not what we were looking for. I wonder if there was something I could have changed. Well, clearly the Vexing Bauble play should have been Need on Wasteland, but that didn't end up mattering. My opponent had Strip Mine anyways. I mean, we ripped Ancestral in this game. That kind of let us play the game at all. So, you know, give and take. This has been one of the poor Ancestral decks I've ever played. That was another discussion I had with CRK the other day is some Ancestrals are more powerful than other Ancestrals. This is not a very good Ancestral deck. You have so many dead draws. So I think we're 1 outing to Balance. We drew this, which is now still too late. we can free up our Moxen by killing the Clarion Conqueror, but then we don't have another spell to follow up, so. That's not how Prismatic Ending works, Jess. That is not prismatic. No, I think my deck choice for Eternal Weekend was great. I didn't have a problem with my deck choice at all. I'm gonna bring this other Consign in on the play. And take out the negation on the play. Like, I went 5-5, but I don't really feel like it was my deck. And I actually think I played pretty well. Sometimes you just go 5-5 in a tournament. Like, it's not like Lurrus PO was bad matchup for the metagame. It seemed like a really good metagame call. It's not like it was a poor performing deck. The deck actually performed pretty well. So, yeah, Chess, read the card, Chess. Exile target non-land permanent if the mana value is less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. Wouldn't you be putting colorless mana with the lattice, or no? Maybe I'm wrong. All cards that are may pay mana. Okay. Well, that's still 2 colors. It doesn't give me a third color, Chess. Where's the third color come from? I still didn't have a black source. Are you? Is that how that works? May spend mana as though it was mana of any color? I don't think that's how it works, Chess. Is that how it works? I don't know if Moto works that way. Oh, you're saying you tap it and you choose one of the 5 colors to make? I don't think that's how it works. I think you can pay costs. I'm not actually sure. To be fair, I might be wrong. That might not actually be the case. We can try it out in like a practice tool later. That's how it works on MTGO. It'll ask you which color of mana you want to spend it as. Okay. So yeah, I might be wrong there then. I don't know if I would have had enough mana to do that, Chess. I would have to have 6 mana for Lattice and then 3 mana afterwards. I don't know. I did not consider that though. You are correct in that. I did not consider that. Well, we would float all the mana ahead of time. Oh, right. We can't float all the mana ahead of time. You're right. Chess, that would kill us. Dragon would make our artifacts not be able to tap for mana. So we can't even float our mana ahead. Wait, if we float colorless, can we use if we float a bunch of blue, can we use the blue with the lattice to make a different color? Or no? I'm not actually sure. So as long as we have 9 mana, which I'm not sure we had 9 mana, we could float 9 mana, play Lattice, and then ending the Archon. All right. I'm not sure. Did we have 9? We were 1 short of 10, but that's only because we got a bauble. No, I think there might have been a way, actually. We'll go back and look at it. No worries. We'll go back and look at it. I didn't consider it at all, so I would like to look at it. My opponent is on a mulligan of 5 at the moment. No Chancellor, so... I could cast Balance to take 4 cards out of my opponent's hand and I lose my white source. Oh, right. I only had Tolarian Academy mana. So I definitely did not have 9 mana. So that would not have worked. Because I wouldn't have been able to unlock my other mana. You're right. Okay, sweet. I was thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know. So I could lose my Tundra to take 4 cards out of my opponent's hand here and leave them with 1 card. And I can also do that with a spin to know what my next card is. I'm probably going to do this regardless of if it's correct or not. Just because it sounds like it'd be fun. This is the world people want. They want a 4 balanced world. Mox, Mind Twist your hand. I did spin first. So now I'm drawing an Underground Sea, which I can hold up Consign if I want. I just hope I don't have to cast any more white cards. I wish my opponent hadn't mulled to 5. Then I could have gotten 6 cards out of their hand. I guess the result is the same, but... What I was probably supposed to... Nah. I mean, maybe I was supposed to just, like, spin and put the Consign on top and then not cast Balance. They got rid of White Plume, Wasteland, March of the Otherworldly Light, leaving them with 1 card plus the top card of their library. Plains. See, Time Vault, go. Cavern. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Molda 1 doesn't matter? I mean, I know 2 of my top cards. I want to leave open the ability to do something like spin and flash in Snapcaster as an attacker. Like, I don't think there's any like super compelling reason to spin there. Like, you could hit Key, I guess, or Tezzeret, but you can't play it. So I think it's fine. It's better just hold open all my mana and pass. My opponent also theoretically could have March of the Otherworldly Light. Opponent is trying to figure out what cavern they're going to name. Makes it sound like they don't have a creature yet in their hand. Maybe they kept a mana and then drew a mana. Yo, what up? Thanks for the resub. Hope you had a good stream the other night. Cleric. That's a good choice. Snap. So Demonic is lethal. Assuming they don't have a March as their last card. I'm probably going to draw the Snapcaster with my top so that I have an extra payoff after. We get Tezzeret because it's harder to march. I guess they would just march the thing, but I'd rather have a Tezzeret in play, right? All right. Looks like we got there. Okay, cool. I don't know. We'll go back and look at that other game and see if we can figure out what the hell happened. Oh boy. All right, let's go back and look and see what the fuck happened in this game. So I like forcing here, and then there was a bobble, and then I strip mine the white source, and then I played this, and then I got wastelanded. I played Academy. I ripped Ancestral. So I think from this spot, we were actually in a really bad place. Like, we're probably 80% to lose the game or something. Before I drew Ancestral here, but then I rip Ancestral. So this draws me multiple lands, which is great. draws me a prismatic ending, which I could use to free here. I think I like choosing not to free immediately because I can't immediately play a Karn. So making sure my opponent can't play for a turn is better. They did draw the land, and so we went to this turn where okay, so we have another land, and I go Tundra Portable Hold because I'm playing Karn, which I think is reasonable. And I needed to use my Tolarian to play Karn. True. And I make a Karn. And so then I have Cage, Lattice, Needle, and Bauble in hand, or in the thing. I think the best play here was just to go Needle on Wasteland. If I had like another mana, I could use my key to untap Emerald and hold open at Otawara and then untap in Lattice, but I don't have the mana. If my Karn had like the Opal in the sideboard after game 2, I could do that. But with the options I have, if I take Lattice, then I end up in the same spot where my Academy makes me 4 mana. I use it to bounce. Then I only have 4 mana. So I would have to rip 2 mana. So that's no good for like the Otawara bounce. So, well, there's no reason to bobble really because my opponent has no way to make artifact mana because of Karn. So I think the best play is just Needle on Wasteland so I can't get Wastelanded. And then that also gives me +1 mana for the next turn. Where if I draw a mana, I have enough mana to Otawara plus Lattice. I chose instead to play Bauble, which was wrong. But then I have another choice here where it's like, do I want to respond to this Clarion Conquer with Activate Bauble? And the reason I chose not to activate Bauble was because I currently have 5 mana off Academy and an additional 4 mana, 9 total mana. So if I were to hit any mana source, any land or Moxen, I could Otawara, buy Lattice, and Lattice lock my opponent. Whereas if I crack Bauble here, I would have to hit 2 mana sources. And it might even have to be a Mox ahead of time. Ahead of Academy activation. No, this actually looks all fine. Well, like, what am I drawing an extra card to? Like, I'm drawing to a Swords. That's the only other reason. Like, you could draw to a Swords. But, like, I have this Prismatic Ending. I think needling on Wasteland is just, like, by far the best thing because this Academy is so important. And so then I like, go to this turn. I don't draw a mana source. And I choose to Otawara anyways because I can draw a card and like try to play through my turn with like a demonic or a stock up or a PO or something. I could theoretically wait. If I wait, I just get strip mine. End up getting strip mine, which is pretty bad. But like if they play like a second hate dragon, like if they play a second dragon, it's really bad for me. So I think I don't mind any of this. I did that, and then I drew, and my extra card that I drew was a Mox. So no, I actually think I think I'm okay with the choices we chose to make in this game. I think it just didn't work out. Like I do think that to even get to play this game, we had to have drawn that Ancestral the turn we drew the Ancestral. So that was pretty lucky in and of itself. But then these Karns have just been so subpar. Not that like a Lantern would help much here, so. Okay. It was fine. All right, 3-0 bracket in this vintage challenge. We're up against the Master, Discover N, with a Lurrus. Could be Breach, could be Lurrus Breach. Could be Lurrus Breach, could be Lurrus Doomsday, could just be Blue Black Frog. Can't really afford to mulligan this, so let's go. All right. Underground Sea, Ruby, and Mana Crypt. Mana Crypt to help me pay for Spell Pierces and Flusterstorms. Life total shouldn't matter, but maybe it will. And then I like upkeeping an Ancestral here while I have Negation and the ability to pay for Flusterstorms and Spell Pierces. This is main deck Pyro. I'll be pretty upset. It's main deck Pyro. So it's probably Sean's Breach deck. I am willing to fight over this. All right. Force pitching Brainstorm. So my opponent's down to 3 cards and no resolvers here. I don't have the ability to play this Jace yet because it costs blue, but I do have a Strip Mine for a Volk. That's good. I do think it's good because my opponent's deck is pretty reliant on casting Mana Drain to cast spells. No land drop. I'm going to hold this Jet so I could maybe brainstorm it with Jace. Immediately rips a land drop, so now he's got Mana Drain up for my Jace. Oh, casting a spell. Merchant Scroll for Ancestral, I assume. Well, it's not great for me. Gonna need to draw some help here. Okay. Jace. Go for that mental misstep. Snap Ancestral will be good. Let's put back Tundra Jet, draw Jet, and then we can fetch away this Tundra. Can't believe my opponent ripped the land to play the Merchant for Ancestral to get him out of this spot, but that's Magic. That's Discover N. There's a lot of lands in this deck, though, so. I'm pretty worried about our spot. Let me go look at the last Sean list. Oh, I guess we should look at the last. Discover N usually makes his own version of the Sean list, so. One main deck Pyro. Looks like his version is a lot less gifts drain dependent. Doesn't matter because there's a Lotus. Are we just getting Breach Merchant Scroll Brain for Yeah, I mean that's Discover N. That's crazy. So this is deterministic. My opponent has Black Lotus Merchant Scroll Brain Freeze and kills me. Unbelievable. Oh wait, they just naturally drew the Brain Freeze. They didn't even have to Merchant Scroll for it. Yeah, I mean, this is... My opponent started this turn with an Underground Sea and an Ancestral and finished this turn killing me. They're just like doing it at me to make me concede. Whatever, man. You got it. Okay. There's 3 Pyroblasts. That certainly makes Tinker worse. Certainly makes Tinker worse. The problem is, like, my cards are not good here. We might be just boarding in ley lines then. Which is not really where I want to be. That's like super overboarding for what my opponent's deck is doing. I really dislike this, but I think like some of these cards are just so bad. It's a lot of really bad cards. Try this, I guess. Not really thrilled about this. This looks like an awful matchup. My opponent's like a very streamlined controlling deck with a combo finish, and my deck is this big clunky control deck. Like, so clunky. Like, I have a Yawgmoth's Will, a Grafdigger's Cage, and a Leyline of the Void in my hand. Good lord. I don't like this at all. Can't imagine coming out of this game on top, but what's I gotta do? I'm gonna need to brainstorm away this Yogg Will, probably. I'd love to draw a Mox, non-Opal Mox in this turn, so I can just slam a Narset when my opponent doesn't have mana open, but sure, that's pretty good. Never mind, they'll just have mana open. Okay. Need to draw a mana on my side, or I'm not gonna be able to play the game. It's a lot of mana for my opponent. It's a lot of mana for my opponent. I guess the good news is I stopped them from Lurrus lotusing me? I don't know. Is there good news? There does not appear to be good news. Mana Crypt does make me feel like I was not supposed to pitch my Jace. I just thought I was so far away from casting Jace that I couldn't really afford to keep. DT's gotta be my best card. Pretty worried that I'm gonna lose this game to Lurrus plus Mana Crypt just because I'm so clunky, but we'll see what happens exactly. Stock up is a good one. Yeah, lots of decks are not viable because you can't brainstorm away combo pieces. The biggest reason is because if you want to play brainstorm, you play legacy, and that's legacy's identity, and you don't want formats to have conflicting identities. PO. I'm just gonna get like fucking drained here, but what am I gonna do? Am I not casting my spell? No, I'm pretty sure I'm casting my spell. One of the cool things that this demonic lets me do is I can actually go for Tezzeret instead of Key, which is a bit stronger of a card. Just go for Ancestral too. I could go for Saga. Actually, Saga's nuts. Yeah. Let's DT for Saga. And then they're kind of forced to counter this, probably. Sure. We got Constructs. That'll help us protect against Lurrus. Another stock up. This is like kind of the reason why I don't like Leyline Cage against this deck, because it doesn't actually need to use the graveyard. It can just play a big blue stock up game plan. It's really unfortunate that the Lorien reveal got cast before my Narsa. That would have made this game a lot easier. Maybe I can pick up this Grafdigger's Cage with PO, and then Yogg will back my Time Vault. Seems like a possible play. The problem is that PO is like never resolving against Pyros and Flusters and things. I'm pretty sure I'm dead, and it's going to take me like 15 turns to die. This is gifts, I assume. It's fine. 2 cards go away forever, and 2 cards go in their hand. Let's see what they choose. I assume they do something like Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast, Mana Drain Gifts or something, or Mana Drain Stock Up. That's what I think Sean would do in this spot. It's so bad, CRK. It's... No one suggested it. I just decided to do it. Actually, someone did suggest it at some point. I told them no. It's just so much self-induced variance. It's crazy. I'm struggling. I'm doing my best. I'm just gonna give them mana. I don't care about them having mana. Like, whatever. These cards, choose 2 cards to go in the graveyard. Sure. Maybe they wanted mana for something. I don't know, but that's fine. Sure. Buy Lurrus, but he didn't even buy Lurrus, play Lurrus, so he can't even attack this turn. All right, my opponent has 3 cards plus Lurrus and infinite mana. Won the flip. It's hard cast a Delve spell or something. Must be hard cast a Dig Through Time. Oh, I'm dead. Cool. Classic. Didn't know there was a 4th in this list. Sideboard 4th for when people bring in hate. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I expected this to go. Our hand was like super clunky and had too much hate pieces. Like, can't really afford to have 2 pieces of hate. You kind of have to have only 1. And then I got to, you know, I was just like way far behind from the very beginning when my opponent opened with Lotus and Triple Moxen. So, not much I could have done in these games. I think opponent had really strong hands, especially game 1 after they Ancestraled and then immediately killed us with natural Breach Freeze. And our deck is like a bit clunky. I would assume that in general, this matchup is like extremely unfavored. Any like Lurrus heavy consistency controlling combo deck like PO or Breach in any configuration is just going to be super, super favored against this like clunky all one ofs, no consistency deck. The spot you really want something like this is when you're like playing against the To be fair, the decks that people are choosing to play in the metagame, which is like mono white, dredge, raker shops, like this is the kind of deck you want to like just extremely overpower your opponent. But when you are faced with like these hyper consistent stock up combo control decks, it's just never gonna work out. All right, here we go. Round 5. We're 3-1 now after losing to Discover N. IB True's been playing a lot of blue-black Lurrus. We've opened a banger of a hand, so I mean we've had some really stellar hands today, which is probably why we're 3-1. Oh, probe. So now they know what's coming. Hopefully they don't have Mox Bowmaster. Tapland. Love that for me. Force. So if I Ancestral now, I go to 8 cards, and if they don't counter it, I can just play Mana Vault or Needle. So it plays into negation, but I have a Fluster and they know about my Fluster, so I think I'm okay with just casting it now. Well, I guess what I'll do is I'll play a Needle on Wasteland. I guess I can get Daze or whatever, but it's fine. Maybe that was too aggressive. I feel like letting them have a mana, though, is worse. We didn't hit a land in our draw. We turned off the Wasteland. So that's good. No, not again. Land is my best draw. Drew the land. So I think here I'd like to be able to have Fluster Force backup. I don't want them to cast Bowmaster. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Mana Vault out and pass. And I could always PO too. But I think I'm going to be countering an Orcish Bowmaster. Hey, what am I pitching, though? I mean, I could just PO in response. Draw 2. Maybe just cashing in that is good. Because then I'm going to... So I'll draw these 2. I'll go up to 8. And then I'll go to 10. And then I'd go to 8. So I'd still pitch the hand size. So maybe not. No, I want to hold up in Flusterstorm. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to pitch cast this Force. Just trying to figure out what I want to do it with. This negation is really bad in the matchup, so maybe I'll just get rid of the negation. If my opponent counters back, they know Flusterstorm, so they'll never counter back. Oh, they're countering back. Okay, so I'm going to just respond by POing my 2 now. This is why I didn't like hard cast or anything like that. I just wanted to be able to use my Flusterstorm. All right, so my opponent has 2 cards left in their hand, and I have a Force again, so that basically went as well as it possibly could have gone. So they're at 3 cards, 2 mana, and we're at 6 cards, 2 mana. Spellbomb's fine. Okay, I think we won. Just gonna take a while to get there. What is my best play? Probably Narset. Well, Narset's like pretty bad into Spell Pierce. I could stock up and be beating Spell Pierce and hits my land drop. It's probably better. Those cards are not lands. So Mox Fluster, I guess. I don't really want to cast DT. Just cast top. Misstep. It's fine. Crack Bobble, draw. That was not as good of a sequence as I had hoped. I don't want to risk this. I think I'm going to pitch the Narset so I can at least cover Force Blue card as the last two cards. I feel like the game gets hard if that resolves. I don't know what this is getting, but we did get our graveyard cleared, so we can't get Yogwell. We could just get Tez. We could get Teferi. We can't get Snap anymore. We can get... There's no Tinker. I would just get Tinker here normally. We could Twist. Twisting is bad. I feel like our deck just doesn't have powerful cards in it, man. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. I could just get Time Walk and then go Saga Time Walk, and then I make constructs and win the game that way. It's probably best. Like, it's powerful card. Like, they are powerful cards in the abstract, but like, they don't synergize with each other at all. Not at all. At all is bad phrasing. I think they're like low synergy, high impact, restricted one ofs, and some unrestricted all one ofs. All right, we got there. I think we basically overpowered our opponent because we drew more restricted cards than they did. Mostly like our opening hand was pretty much insane with Ancestral Sapphire Fluster, and then I think we played the second turn around the Bowmaster extremely well. Like, I do think that I need to give myself some credit, because passing the turn into that Bowmaster, into Force, into PO, into Flusterstorm, like, it was a really good sequence, so... yeah, I think the Riddler blue-white deck actually is a pretty good metagame call. It's gonna have some problems against, like, Lurrus Breach and Lurrus, PO, but... I technically don't own Riddlers right now, and I don't want to play it every week, but I think the price is pretty prohibitive on Riddler, so once the price comes down, I think vintage players will try it out more. Okay, so we're playing against blue-black Lurrus again. We're gonna bring in this. We might have brought in this last time, I can't remember, but we took out slow tutor, and negation. I think that's the only thing we did. I don't believe we brought in Tinker Citadel. Or Tinker Colossus, I should say. Oh, no, we did, because Twister is so bad. So we brought in Tinker Colossus, and we take out Twister, like Opal, or Twister Manival. Or, yeah, one of those. Can't remember which one we did. Probably Manival. Like, this deck is... We'll talk about it at the end. I think this deck is good, but I would definitely build it a different way. Like the game we lost where we PO'd for 6 because we just don't have enough action in our deck because we're on like 1 stock up, 1 PO. We lost a game where we would have won if our Karn had a Soul Guide Lantern in the board, so that we could make Metalcraft, draw cards, and exile our Lotus so we could rebuy it with Karn. Just a bunch of stuff like that has happened over the course of the day that has been pretty mentally straining. That being said, like the rest of the deck has been great, like Vault King and playing Walkers. Like the deck has ran pretty well. I do think we've run hot, but it's been all right. Steve Stillman, 5-0. Oliver, 5-0. Ryan Mullins, 5-0. Dom Harvey, 5-0. And Jacob Milchman, 5-0. A lot of fighters and Spotlight Spider-Man right now. Is balance better than Mana Vault here? Yeah, absolutely. My opponent is at its core a creature deck. A creature tempo deck. This hand is so bad. Oh my. Probably just mulligan this. Guess I'm keeping this. What is our challenge record this year? I don't know. You can find it on the dashboard, though. The dashboard has ELO and searchable records and all kinds of things. It's a not data sheet. The technology exists. If we get Wastelanded, we lose this game immediately, but I'm getting Spell Pierced, I guess. Flustered. Yeah, I mean, nothing I can do here. I already mulligan. Maybe I'm supposed to keep my 5 land Mox Opal Teferi hand. Like, am I really supposed to keep my no action all land hand? Like, I can't do that, right? God, if I can, I guess a Mox wouldn't help me here. They drew Wasteland, so now they play Lurrus Wasteland. Seems good. This is so fucking annoying, man. It's just Wasteland. Wasteland free wins all day. We're not ever resolving a balance, CRK. What world do you live in? We're not resolving another spell that matters for the rest of the whole game. The game is over. Faith in what? What am I having faith in? Opponent brought in Long Goodbye versus me. It's kind of interesting. No, be realistic. I just ask that you be realistic. I mean, if my opponent casts Dig Through Time here, and I counter Dig Through Time, and then draw another force and a land, it would win. Not win. It wouldn't even win. It wouldn't even win. It would just kill the threat in play. I think I'm supposed to brainstorm here. This might work, by the way. This might work, by the way. So I'll pitch this PO to force. So they lose 2 lands and a Lurrus, and I lose a bunch of cards. Assuming they didn't draw another counter spell or something. I mean, they could just cast dig in response, and that would probably beat us too. I don't think this is resolving, but maybe it resolves. They draw negation, or are they casting dig? If they drew negation, then we lose. Depends on the 5th card in their hand. Balance should do life totals? Banger. I don't know if that actually favors us. Or, I mean, it definitely wouldn't hurt us. I just don't know if it matters. I didn't concede, okay? I just didn't believe in a comeback. I still don't believe in a comeback. Hard cast force. Pitch cast force. That worked. So they lose 3 lands and a Lurrus, and we both keep our hands. And then they cast dig through time and we lose. It's not great, but it's better than where we were before. They can just dig for our wasteland here and we lose. It's kind of unfortunate. I think my opponent made the right choice, though. Hard cast force, keep the other cards in hand. Yeah, give me 20 life for casting balance there. Yeah, they just found a wasteland off the dig. Yeah. All right. Well, we need to hit another land drop. That's not a land drop. Nope. Cool. I am thrilled that we decided to try to play the game against Wasteland. Ah, yes, that was fun. That was a great time. Now I will concede. So instead of just losing, we got our hopes up that we got to play the game. And then we died. Game 3. I think give credit to my opponent there. I think they made the right choice. They had a couple options on that balance, and they chose correctly. So that's a fucking hell of a draw. Holy shit. We are running really hot though. Sometimes some of these hands, chat, are just like unbelievable. It's a nice one. It's a very nice one. Look at my opponent's hand. See what their game plan is. Deploy 4 restrict or 6 mana on turn 1. Cast Narset with Flusterstorm backup. Nah, man. If I top 8 with this deck, though, it's so bad. Everyone's gonna be playing some Shockwave control. All right, 7-card keep from True. What are we seeing? What are we seeing? We're seeing Force, No Rod, Spellbomb Frog, Lotus, Seal, Wasteland. Okay. So I'd like my Narset to hit mana. So after my opponent forces my Narset, I fluster, and then we can hit a mana and play a Teferian plus. My opponent's hand is Lotus Wasteland. So I'm gonna float blue, this Narset. We did kind of telegraph we have a fluster here, but... Or like a negation, maybe. Okay, so Force pitched Seal, leaving them with Wasteland, Lotus, Frog, Spellbomb, Null Rod. And then we fluster this, and then we try to hit... I guess we can only hit Sapphire. So that's kind of tough. So maybe... Well, I don't want to use my Teferi minus, chat. I want to be able to Teferi minus on a Null Rod or a Frog. So it doesn't really accomplish what I'm looking to do. But I am kind of in trouble now, though, because I need to hit exactly Sapphire. I guess Pearl would work, too, because yeah, you're right. Pearl would work. Vexing Bobble. Yeah, Vexing Bobble is a pretty good one here, too. Nice Black Lotus. Pretty crazy. Pretty broken start. Oh, man, we're running so hot today. We are really, really running so hot today. All right, so I think we just naturally draw DT. Let's cast Narset. Activate Narset. Prismatic Ending, Pearl Jet top. Well, that's what kind of happens when you have like all restricted cards in your deck, right? These cards kind of stink. So if I think that my opponent didn't draw Force of Will or Force of Negation, I could go Jet, play Teferi, bounce my Vexing Bauble, drawing a card, play Jet Bauble. But that's pretty bad into like top deck land Null Rod, so I kind of hate that. I think I'm just going to take this ending for later and fetch a basic and play Teferi and plus. Well, the bigger problem is actually, I think, how do we win this game? Because our deck doesn't really win, if that makes any sense. My opponent just spellbombed me. Okay. They hit the land, so now they get to play a Null Rod. Swords. Probably just bounce this Null Rod and do something like DT for Ancestral. Just want to hit land drops. feel like it's really bad for me to let them brainstorm out of this. And I don't think I'm getting a lot of value by brainstorming with myself this turn, so I think I like the play I chose to make. Though if I just like drew them into a land and then they got Wasteland plus Null Rod. Oh, I forgot about Narset. You're right. I should have left that card on top then. Okay, my bad. Nah, you're right. You're right. I haven't played with an Narset in so long, I forgot. Yeah, it was really bad then. I might have thrown the game there. It's quite bad for me. Why not DT for Wasteland? Surely playing a Jace the Mind Sculptor is better than DTing for Strip Mine there. Surely. I mean, I really don't want them to draw a land this turn, right? So I should Fate Seal. That's fine. I didn't play this game very well. I immediately find the card that's bad into Flusterstorm. Oh, there's a Teferi, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god, Planeswalkers, all Planeswalkers. So yeah, there's a Teferi, so nothing matters. Just cast Ancestral Justin. Yeah, okay. Okay, nothing matters. My bad, chat. Nothing matters. I don't know. Bottom it. Fine. I played that really, really poorly. I just got bailed out by drawing all my restricted cards. That, like, Fate Seal on the Brainstorm was actively so bad for me in a spot that I was so... no, like, it was almost like a game-throwing mistake. Like, it was really, really bad. And I don't want to gloss over it because it was, like, actively, like, one of the most damaging things I could have possibly done was get rid of a blank on the top of their library and give them a land drop so that they could play the Null Rod and Wasteland my Tolarian. Like, it was such a bad play from my side. And I'm just, like, lucky I had so many broken cards, it didn't matter. Yo, GG's, I be true. GG's. Crazy. All right, welcome to the 6th and probably not final round of this Saturday afternoon challenge. I win and I lock myself a spot in the top 8, lose, and I'll probably make it in on breakers anyways, with a 68% opponent's match win percentage, and having played against Discoveran and Eteros, who we are playing now. So yeah, likely we will make it in regardless of this match, but we'll obviously try to win and lock in our spot. Opponent usually on mono white. This hand is probably a keep versus mono white. It's not great, but it has lands. I have a turn 1 force unless they have a Chancellor. I can build out my mana. So I'm going to try keeping this hand. No Chancellor, so I can hit a Mox in with this force. A Chrome Mox is probably not enough. But it does make me force like a Ruby or something after, unfortunately. Ah, that one I'm willing to hit. I mean, am I willing to hit this? Like, they could still play an Ancient Tomb. I mean, I'm going to force this. They have an Ancient Tomb. They have an Ancient Tomb. I feel like Cavern would be a bigger problem. Looks like my opponent's hand is going to go down to 2 cards and play a 1-drop, or play a turn 1 3-drop. See if they have a Cavern. They didn't have a Cavern. So the 0 card. So my opponent played every card in their opening hand through a force and resolved the initiative, which is the least impactful of these cards, I would say. I think if my opponent had chose to go Archon, I would be more upset. And I think in general, if I was my opponent, I would have played Archon and not White Plume against the person who did not reveal Lurrus, but we'll see. That's a terrible draw. It's a really, really bad draw. Might not matter. We might just not have the cards to compete here. If I had not countered Mana Crypt, they would not have had to play a Chrome Box and would have had 2 payoffs. So they went down the Lost Well and they bottomed. And then they played a Plains from their Undercity. So that's a good sign. They're not hitting us with Trap Forge, and they didn't play a creature that turn. Portable Hole. Probably casting Portable Hole here so that I can use my Opal. If I can spin and see if there's anything good first. Nope. All right, well, now I'm more than happy to let her rip. Wish I could hit the creature, but... All right, so I'll probably get wastelanded. I have the ability to spin into a force if I want. What I really want is some kind of way to take over the game, though. This is the kind of point in the game where you wish your deck had 4 stock-ups. I mean, they didn't even go for the faster clock. They went down Lost City, right? So in that case, I'm just always taking Archon. Like, it prevents your opponent from playing the game. It's a post-combat... Oh, it's a Witch Enchanter. I turned on Witch Enchanter here. That's quite bad for me. Like, this is the spot where, like, why can't I have a Tinker in my deck? Why do I have a Mystical Tutor but no Tinker? Ugh, so frustrating. If they hit Portable Hole or Opal, it's probably fine. If I were to draw and force this, then I can't really do anything on my next turn. Whereas I can at least draw Mystical and get Ancestral and hope I draw my way out of it. This is like the riskiest thing I can do. I guess I theoretically could go Balance. But there's like no one card that wins the game right now, right? Because I can't Yogg-Will win. Twister is obviously terrible. It's just Ancestral and Prey. I just want to have a Tinker in my deck, man. Why can't I have a Tinker in my deck? All right. Yeah, I mean, this is okay. I just don't know if this is enough. I don't know if this is enough. Like I am drawing a bunch of cards, but like the cards that I'm drawing to are just not very strong. Also, my opponent still has a Wasteland. Ah, this is like the worst Ancestral deck I've ever played. The cards you draw are just not good. I think I'm just dead. How do I win this game? Black Lotus, Time Walk, Yogg-Will, probably. If I can hit mana right now, I can Time Walk and spin. Uh, Maybe I should have spun on my upkeep to make sure I hit a mana so that I could Time Walk. I probably was supposed to do that. Because I don't live. Snap Ancestral doesn't live. I need to hit mana. Well, now I can't. Probably, yeah, I was supposed to spin on my upkeep to hit old mana so I could Time Walk and know I had a mana. That was really bad. I kind of threw it there. Because now I can't do that. So I'm going to Time Walk and try to hit Mana Crypt. And PO's not even enough. Like, I don't even know. Tolarian Academy, Snap Time Walk, maybe? It's probably one of the better ones. Okay, we just actually had no mana on top of our library. So if I had spun, I would have missed and died. If I had another mana, I could Tezzeret for a Lotus, Lotus Yogg-Will, land Opal, Time Walk. Can I still do that if my last card down is a Mana Crypt or a Tolarian or a Lotus after I brainstorm? Okay, so play a Jet, and my third card down has to be something that makes me 2 mana. So it has to be Tolarian, Lotus, or Mana Crypt, or Mana Vault. And then I can go Tezzeret, Lotus, Yogg-Will. And then I can keep playing the game. Okay, that's the one we were looking for. Mana Crypt. Tezzeret. Minus. Lotus. Lotus. Yogg-Will. Lotus. Opal. So I have lands, Mystical, Ancestral, and Time Walk. And I have PO. I think I start by casting Ancestral, and then I PO. That was really bad. These Ancestrals are so bad. Why do I keep doing Ancestral? Okay, this is fine, though. I can PO, and then I can Vamp, and go for a Tinker kill. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. A Vault Key kill. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. PO. PO back everything. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Oh, man. Jeez. Okay. We win. Time walk. I can't believe we won that game. That's crazy. Infinite turns. We had to hit exactly that mana crypt there, pretty much. There's like 3 hits. My opponent, this whole time could have had March of the Otherworldly Light, which is why I've been trying to hold these 2 blue cards in my hand, just in case I needed to counter March of the Otherworldly Light. I mean, I'm not rusty at Yogg-Wills. I would say I gained my small amount of fame by casting Tinkers and Yogg-Wills and related shenanigans. So I certainly know my way around a Yogg-Will. One of my favorite cards I own, too. It's a nice one. All right, mono white. I'm going to bring in Tinker, Blightsteel, Swords, this, and I think we also brought in a Consign. And then on the draw, we were taking out Flusterstorm, Bauble, Misstep, and Probe, I believe. Oh, Twister is pretty bad. Wow, these cards are a little sus in this matchup for sure. Consign is probably better than Probe, and Consign is probably better than a second top. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, 16 blue cards. That's another problem with this whole deck idea, is that the blue count is extremely strained. I'm going to run it like this. That was a crazy win. Does his list have Chancellors? I assume it does. It does have Chancellors. This is probably an unkeepable hand, unfortunately. This hand is much better. Not much better. It's just a little better. I mean, what is the percentage chance I can Vault Key with this Saga? It's got to be really low. But I probably want to give it a shot. Feels like a path to victory. They opened with a Chancellor. Really glad I didn't keep my opening hand, but I'm still probably dead. I can't beat a Null Rod or a Void Mirror here. What? It's a 6-card hand with a Chancellor where they went Saga, Chrome Mox, Sapphire, Go. Okay. Don't understand that one. White Plume. I think I have to force this because if my opponent plays a Wasteland, what am I doing here? I think. No Wasteland, so we might just do the Vault Key on them. I think we're going to do the Vault Key on them. Oh, I might have to... Let me look at the sideboard here. 1 Cage, 1 Vexing Bauble, and mana. Okay, well, I don't think I have to fetch then. They made a construct? I think I want... If my opponent has a waste and a construct, I think I'm going to fetch a Tundra and make a construct in response to this Saga activation. I'm like pretty worried about like Needle or Null Rod or something like that. Like some combination of cards that prevent me from battling on the board. I think it's like I'm worried about like Needle Wasteland or something. I'm not sure. It would have to be a combination of cards I don't think my opponent has, though, so maybe it's just a bad idea. Okay. I guess this ends up worse for me than if I had not fetched, because then I could use my Lotus as white to swords and make a construct, and then fetched black and found something else. So this ended up a lot worse for me. This ended up a great deal worse for me. But my opponent's locked out of the game and I have a construct, so I guess I'll just win. Oh, I should have actually let this resolve first so they couldn't have March as their last card. That was incorrect as well. I played this badly, though. I played this whole section badly. I'm going to Needle on Wasteland. I don't know if that matters, though. I played this whole section very badly. I might lose this game if my opponent like rips really well. I did really bad. I was supposed to let the saga happen, and then when my opponent cast Null Rod, crack the Lotus for white, swords, and make a construct, and then I'd have black for Vampiric Tutor, and I could Vampiric Tutor for like Tolarian Academy or something. Like, it was a really bad mistake. Again, another really bad mistake. So Asgard, if I vamp and my opponent doesn't have a null rod, if my opponent doesn't play a null rod, I vamp for a time vault and my saga finds key and I take infinite turns and win. So that's probably what we're missing there. Oh, they hit land, so now they can play a 3-drop. Oh, let's see. A 4-drop is scary because it's like Witch Enchanter. Oh, they don't even have a 3-drop. So Time Walk wins, I guess. Oh, we're in 5-1. I don't feel like I'm 5-1. I mean, you think about it, Asgard. If I don't have a removal spell, my opponent is also winning on board with a bigger construct, right? So it's just a risky, like, last attempt at trying to win. Like, the null rod's gonna hurt me a lot. Obviously, it hurts them just as much, if not more, but I don't feel like I'm in top 8, but we're in top 8, so. Welcome, vintage gamers, to the top 8 of our almost singleton Shockwave Blue Planeswalker control combo thing. We are on the play in the top 8 here because we are second seed and we get to do that on Magic Online now. In the top 8 is Discoverin, who beat us. The mono white player from earlier who threw the Lotus into the bauble and said they were new to vintage. 5-1 and in the top 8. Powerful wizards, as well as our shop's opponent and our mono white opponent. So we actually played against 1, 2, 3, 4 of the other top 8. So that's kind of crazy. Here we go. On the play versus mono white. This hand looks bad. I wish I had a mystical tutor for Tinker. Is this hand good enough if I think I'm going to cast mystical tutor for Ancestral? It might be. But I don't. If I had a blue card for Force and mystical tutor Ancestral, maybe. This like feels so bad. I feel like this is like can't possibly be a keep. Well, lands are actually pretty good against mono white, considering they're on tons of like Void Mirror, Null Rods, and Wastelands. But the fact that I don't have anything reasonable to do with my lands is pretty bad. And then I immediately mold a 6 into a no land hand. My opponent also mulliganed. I'll go to 5. This hand's very good, though. This hand is very good. I even have something I can throw away. So I think I have to get rid of Force. Maybe I'll get rid of Force Narset. And that way, if they Chancellor me, I can throw the Pearl in. And I can cast Ancestral Recall off of Petal. And later go Yogwill Ancestral. That's my plan, I think. My opponent did not have a Chancellor. I do need to draw mana off of this Ancestral, but... All right, well, I swear to God, I've cast a ton of Ancestrals with this deck, and every time I've cast Ancestral, it's been so bad. Am I even supposed to play this Mana Crypt out? This is really bad. Oh, man. This is a 15 land deck. Well, I'm glad I didn't keep the Narset. But I do kind of wish I had that Force. I think I'm going to play the Mana Crypt out in case I get like Void Mirrored or something. If I die from it, I die from it. But I'm going to need all the help I can get considering I didn't hit a blue source. And even if I hit a blue source now, I'm not even sure it's going to be good. I mean, we did mull to 5. There's the Void Mirror. So now all my Lotus draws are off. My best draw is Tolarian Academy. Sensei's not a bad draw. Sensei's a good draw. Oh, no, Justin! All right, my bad. I clicked the wrong thing. I just clicked the wrong one. I just misclicked. It's okay. I just like kind of didn't think about it because it doesn't really matter at this point, the Void Mirror, and then I ran into the Void Mirror anyways. It's okay. Oh, drew the land. Hopefully we'll get the extra turn here that we need. We might still win this game, but it depends on if my opponent plays like an Archon after. If my opponent plays an Archon after, we'll just lose. But if my opponent doesn't have like I mean, they have 6 cards in hand. It probably doesn't matter very much. But yeah, obviously I just supposed to cast the Sensei Stop off of a Pearl or an Emerald, and then it wouldn't get countered. Oh, wow. That's not very good for them. All right, we can win this game. It's a winnable game. It's a winnable game. I guess I should have chump blocked with the Snapcaster Mage. I guess it's actually not a winnable game because of Void Mirror. We won't actually have any winning plays. I guess I could draw a Portable Hole in a Lotus. Flusterstorm. All right, so the only play I have from this spot is Yogwill, Ancestral, and then I have to hit like Portable Hole plus Lotus Time Walk or something crazy. I don't know. Okay, we're dead. Obviously, the mistake there was annoying, but I don't think it mattered much. Sorry about that. Going on the die roll and then mulling to 5 is not ideal. It's possible that if I had resolved the Sensei Stop, I would have found my land sooner and maybe I would have won, but it's also possible that wouldn't have helped. I mean, the Void Mirror was completely useless. I just missed. Can we, like, please not comment stupid shit like that? Like, the Void Mirror is completely useless. They didn't even keep 7. Like, none of the things you said in that statement were actual factual things that happened. Like, okay. What was the other cards we were taking out here? Oh, yeah, they're only there for Dredge. No Tabernacle versus Mono White in Vintage. What was the other card we were taking out? Probe? Mono White's a deck that has to mull to turn 1/3 mana, basically, so. I mean, I've had some incredible hands, but I've also had some Ancestrals that draw me 3 bad cards, so we'll see what happens. Would definitely not want to see a Chancellor here, but we'll see. All right, no Chancellor. I'm actually not going to cast Ancestral Chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play Sensei's Top, and that way I can hold up Consign for their mana. Not that mana. All right. Okay. Those mana sources were so bad that I didn't want to counter them. And then my opponent had the turn 1 Archon uncounterable. Now I'm going to cast Ancestral. I only have a Swords and a Balance. It's probably still Tundra, though. There's my Force. No land off of my Ancestral again. There's a land. Enters tapped. So what would I Merchant Scroll for if I were to cast Merchant Scroll this turn? Assuming they have no other cavern, we'll force their next play. Merchant Scroll doesn't hit anything particularly good from this spot. Merchant Scroll is kind of garbage in this deck. It's another Ancestral, and maybe you just have to have enough Ancestrals. I probably just want to play out my mana here. Holding open the ability to consign something and to force something. Immediately hit by Wasteland. Mystical? I don't think I want to be mysticaling. Demonic Karn. Fetch. Huh. One second. I don't think your comment was reasonable at all. They didn't keep... All right, timing it again. They didn't keep 7. They were on the draw, and Void Mirror didn't do anything. All right. I think I need to have this land, but I also probably want to be able to Demonic Tutor for a Swords to Plowshares. So I probably will draw the land and then trade my top for Swords. I mean, I don't have to. They have a second Archon. Okay, so I could go balance because they have 2 Archons, but they have no more land drops. I mean, I still should probably balance. Hopefully they play a land so that I don't have to... Like, hopefully they play a land and a creature I can count. I mean, I don't need to counter a creature, but... It's a Void Mirror, a Null Rod. Do I let that resolve? No, it's still better for me. I can't go Island Consign. Chat, I can't go Island Consign if I want to cast Balance next turn, chat. Oh, no. I'm just trying. So what? Okay, so I should have phrased this better. The question I'm asking is if I let Null Rod resolve and then I balance my opponent, does it hurt my opponent more than it hurts me? Because I can lock them out of mana. I'm gonna force it. I think my Yogg-Will makes it better for me. All right, so now I'm gonna end of turn fetch a Tundra because it's gonna come into play tapped. I'm not gonna die to the Flyers. I'm casting Balance. And then I don't think I'm fetching off of my fetch land because I'm going to have to lose my land anyways. Well, I probably want to make a blue mana first. Crap. Well, that's actually kind of good, isn't it? It depends on what cards I keep. Not if I fetch a basic. It does not tapped. And so I'm going to keep Yogg-Will. I could keep Jace Island. No, I could just keep Yogg-Will Island. I know that I can play Jace +2 and theoretically balance later. What are the things that could possibly go wrong if we do that? If my opponent plays a Clarion Conqueror, can I still balance? Yes. If my opponent plays a Null Rod, can I still balance? Yes. If my opponent plays an Anointed Peacekeeper, can I still balance? Yes. So I think there are nothing that goes wrong. So I think I agree that we can play Jace uptick and pass. Witch Enchanter. So the problem now is if they play this as a land, we're gonna have no cards left in our hand and we're gonna lose our Yogg-Will. It's probably fine though, because then we keep an extra land. I'm just gonna consign this. I'm gonna lose these cards anyways, and I'd like to be able to Yogg-Will and be able to do things with it. I think we're gonna win this game. What if I got wastelanded? Oh god, that play was so bad. Oh, we won the game, so. Oh, I forgot to float a mana. Oh my god, Justin. All right, whatever. I'm playing really poorly. Might be supposed to wait. I'm losing so much value. I just like should not have. I played the land so badly. I get this, and then I brainstorm, then I can time walk or demonic tutor. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I could just DT for Vault Key. It's probably better. If I play Tundra out of my yard, I can't DT for Vault Key because I won't have the ability to beat a Null Rod off the top. So I probably should just time walk. Fetching an Underground Sea from my yard. I cannot DT for a Time Vault and get the Tundras that are in my yard. Both of my Tundras are in my yard. Yeah, that's pretty winning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Snap. DT. Snap. DT is 4. Time Vaults. I'm 1 short on Vault Key this turn. I can just do it later. Just do it later. It's good enough. I've just played so badly that it's been really frustrating, but let's try to focus up and finish this with some kind of dignity here. Oh boy. Okay. That was really, really poor, but that's sometimes how it goes. Negation in on the draw and bobble out. Maximum good blue cards for force count. Yeah, this is fine. Ugh. I gotta stop drawing this Yogwill. I'm supposed to draw it later. I don't think I'm allowed to mulligan this, but I don't think it's particularly good either. Opponent is on a mull to 5 at the moment. It's really hard to pass up 2 lands, protection from Wasteland, and 2 Moxen, even if my other cards are, like, not the best. Like, Stock Up's obviously good if I can cast it. Their 5-card opener is uncounterable what? Human. Peacekeeper? Okay. I assume they named Stock Up. That's not the worst thing that could have happened there. I assume they just named Stock Up, right? There's like no other. That's the only card that matters in this hand at the moment. Yep. Okay. Well, Jesus Christ. That just plays the Stock Up, right? Should I fetch a basic and do it? Yeah, Needle is just for Wasteland. They have Mindbreak Trap? Don't think so. Balance, scroll, land. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to scroll for Ancestral if I have a Yogg-Will, and I can balance first if I want. I think there's, like, no reason to play Force here. Okay. Strip mine? Yeah, fair enough. Two lands, 1 card in hand. We're probably just not balancing then. Not when I have a Yawgmoth's Will. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I tunneled on the Yawgmoth's Will. That's possible. You might be right. Maybe I tunneled on the Yogg Will. I mean, they're gonna lose. They're dead. It's pretty annoying. I guess I'll just Mystical for a Swords. So I can Yogg-Will it all back. It's probably fine. I probably choose Mystical there. It's probably fine. Oh, okay. Let's just do PO. Gotta win fast enough now. Maybe I should have just gone for Tinker. Probably fine. I drew the Blightsteel. I think I did some really dumb things in this series, but didn't matter. GG's. Okay. I need food. All right, top 4. Got some food in me. Hopefully I'll be less of a hangry bitch. Last round I was a mess, obviously. So hopefully we can play really well. And top 4. Last time I played against Dreddy, I can't remember what the last time I played against Dreddy was. I know that he'll sometimes play anything. Okay, Lurrus. My hand is pretty great. I'm in. I've had some really nice hands. I've really opened up like a lot of power. Hopefully he's not on Sean's deck and Mind Break traps me. That would be pretty bad. I think I'm gonna go basic island. Let's act like I have a Power Blast at least. Got forced. Now I'm out of action, but like I'm never mulliganing my turn 1/4 mana Planeswalker hand, right? That's like the whole point of the deck. So pitched a mental misstep. So if they're on Frog, we've got a portable hole that can resolve. Strip Mine on my basic. Okay. Four drop Planeswalker. Strip Mine of my own. This is where I'd love to buy a Lurrus, but illegal. Illegal. All right. Tarn. Now what? Tundra. Okay. Can't fetch a Undercity Sewers now. I'm gonna eat more food, chat. Don't mind me. That's unfortunate. I wanted to force my opponent into a Bowmaster if they had a Bowmaster. Looks like blue-black Lurrus. We are in trouble. Have not drawn any action. I'm worried, chat. I'm very worried. Ah, they baited out for Saga. That's pretty good. Stock up. That's a good draw. Currently, I'm beating Spell Pierce as well. I'm not beating Spell Pierce and Daze. Maybe they just have Force pitching Spell Pierce. Okay. That's kind of what I was worried about. The good news is they've done nothing to recollect the 2-for-1s they've put themselves under. So we've got that going for us. Welcome, Tony Raiders. We're in the top 4 with our Singleton Shockwave control deck. Not making a construct? Playing a Lavinia. Interesting. All right, well, if I have a payoff here plus a portable hole, it's pretty good. That is among the riskier things that I could choose to cast. Pretty sure I'm going to cast it, though. I don't really feel like it's getting that much better for me. I don't think I'm going to fetch or use Petal. I don't want to put the fetch back in my deck. Twisties. Interesting. Interesting. Am I force checking my opponent? They're Esper. Last Esper first place had no dazes and 7 forces. If I resolve this to Fairy, am I bouncing Saga? Oh, I got dazed! There should be no Needle Main. That's crazy. I didn't know Esper played a daze. It's very uncommon for Esper to play a daze. It's pretty bad for me, though. I should probably not F6 because I have a mental misstep. Uh-oh. Lurrus, buyback Lotus. DT. That's not good. Ancestral? No Rod, maybe? Hard cast negation. Okay. All right, whatever. I twisted. That's fine. Tapped out, Pio. Let's go. Only got 1 PO, baby. Make it count. I don't know why we only have 1 PO, but... can I afford to pick up Portable Hole? I don't think so. Opens me up to, like, misstep and things. Yeah, I'm just gonna PO for 4. Resolved. I've got a Yogwill. I've got a Narset Twister. Okay. I also have a PO and a Petal. I can't imagine I'm losing. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you're right. There is no misstep available. That's true. Let's just go for the second PO and the Petal and the Teferi. Do I want to cast anything else first? I don't think so. I think I just want to start by casting PO for 5. Give myself the most possible options. I have a Snapcaster. I have a Twister. I have a Teferi. I have a land from my yard. Got a Narset. I mean, probably had a lethal thing with Mystical Tutor somehow. I think I'm just going to Teferi, bounce the frog, Narset Twister. I guess I'll get the other land out of my deck. Do I have a land in my deck? I do have a land in my deck. Fairy. Bounce. Narset. Hold the Narset activation. Don't play the top Twister. That puts my opponent's hand down to 1. Yeah. Pretty good. Okay. Esper Lurrus. I was doing something like this versus blue-black Lurrus. Twister, Mystical, Negation are all so bad in the matchup. And then just one top to hedge against the Null Rod effects. And I don't really like Tinker Colossus, but yeah. No, I don't really like top deck tutors versus blue counterspell decks. It's just the person whose deck list I took. We have not tinkered any robots today, though we would have won one of our rounds by just hard casting Blightsteel if our opponent hadn't conceded. I think last round, or there was definitely a game. Okay, I think this is fine. Give Shockwave his credit for playing Esper Singleton. Yeah, this is fine. Nah. That's not good. How do I approach this from this spot then? Do I just play Saga and hope that they don't have anything? Seems like a bad idea. Just wasting feels so bad against the Ancestral. My hand doesn't really do anything, but I'm not really allowed to mulligan do nothing hands against blue Esper control. I don't really think we have like a lot of very good paths to victory here, unfortunately. I'm not sure playing a Mana Crypt is a good idea, but I'm probably going to. They have known Lavinia. I'm gonna play these out. It's not great, but they have to discard a hand size. No Moxen. Okay, they discarded a land though. We drew another land and lost our flip. Is it like worth trying to bait Wastelands to protect our Saga, or just like make them have a Saga, or make them have a Wasteland? Because like if they don't have to play a Wasteland, even if like I play a land, they don't even have to play a Wasteland. Like they can just ignore it, play a Frog, play a Bowmaster, hold everything up. Maybe I'll try. I'll see if they can get a Beta Wasteland. I guess if they play a Frog, I have an Otawara and a Prismatic Ending, so I don't know. Maybe I can draw Time Walk and make my Saga good. Another Crypt Flip. Lost another Crypt Flip. Jace the Mind Sculptor. It's a pretty bad card against Orcish Bowmaster. What's a guy to do? I wish I had played Saga. If I had played Saga and they had Wastelanded this turn, I could have played a land and used my Petal to play Mind Sculptor. Pretty dead, I think. My hand just did not line up into an Ancestral. Use this to play around Days. And technically Spell Pierce as well. Prismatic Ending, also not a very good card against Orcish Bowmaster. Chase the Mind Sculptor in 2025, huh? Well, I got a Force out of their hand. Pitching a Spell Pierce. Not bad. I assume that means there's no Bowmaster. I feel like I would not counter Jace if I had a Bowmaster in my hand. Well, I'm wrong, apparently. Surely you can let the Jace resolve if you have a Bowmaster, right? It's pretty crazy. I definitely wish I had played the Saga on any other turn in this game. Just made him have it. Well, there's the Wasteland, so... Alright, maybe if I win a couple Crypt Flips... Is it, though? Like, the Bowmaster still 3 damage to Jace. And like all it does is plus. It's like not very good. I mean, that's pretty good. I need to make 2 colors, though. I could just bounce it with Otawara. Then I'm playing into Spell Pierce. I'm not playing Saga if I want to cast Ancestral. Yeah, they play upwards of like 3 Spell Pierces. What if I just take the 3? It's probably bad. Do I play the Tezzeret into the Spell Pierce? Don't have another white source. I don't think so. Oh man, this mana crypt is gonna be really dicey. Strip mine. Black source down. I mean, maybe my Saga lives now. By Lurrus. Frog. If I had a white source, I could Tezzeret for a portable hole on this frog. But I think I just have to force this for tempo. I need to win some crypt flips, baby. I need to win some crypt flips. All right. Want a crypt flip. Saga Gaming. Tezzeret. Probably top, right? Now I run into Spell Pierce no matter what. And that would kill my Tezzeret as well. So if I want to play around Spell Pierce here, I need to take a 0. I could take a Pearl. Or a Lotus. I'll take a Lotus. All right, I'm at 8. There's a 1/1. I have a Mana Crypt. I have a Tezzeret. I've got an Island. I've got a Saga. My opponent is at 3 cards, 3 mana, and still has a Lurrus. I'm 50-50 on my crypt flips, so see. Attack me or Tezzeret? Tezzeret to 1. Buy Lurrus or play a 2-drop? Play a 2-drop. All right. I need some help off the top. I want another flip. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. The 1 PO. They didn't have a force before. They don't have a force now, and I have a Vault Key. I think I can. Can I Tezzeret for a bauble? 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 7, 6. I think I can. Oh, I could get flustered. I could get Tinker flustered. So I'd want to be able to balance after. So I think I just cast the Tinker. I would have 5 extra mana, and that would put me in range of getting Spell Pierced. So yeah, I think I just cast Tinker here, and then I still have the ability to balance. And if I like get shattered or something, it's fine. Yeah, so like if this doesn't work out, like say something happens, I don't know, opponent has a Mind Break Trap or a Fluster or something, I can still go. I can either go balance into Saga Token. I can probably go Tezzeret into Mana Rock, into balance into Saga Token. And then I'm still winning. So that's pretty good. Welcome back, Vintage Gamers, to the finals of a challenge with our almost singleton Shockwave control deck. We are playing the only player who beat us in the Swiss, Discover N, one of the best players on Magic Online, in what I can only describe as an atrocious matchup. Opponent is playing a Lurrus Breach combo control deck, but with less mana drains and gifts than the average deck, and more of other Magic cards. Can't imagine putting back this 5 mana turn 1 force hand, even if we are a little lacking on spells that matter. We'll give it our best go, but Discover N does have a very favorable win rate against me, and like I said, this is going to be a tough matchup. Our only loss in this whole tournament. Don't think playing Mana Crypt out is going to help much here. So I am just going to fetch an Underground Sea and cast this Time Walk. Try to build out our mana, and then maybe find our way into a good spell. That's a good spell. That is the good spell. I think we're just casting it. I'm going to cast it off Mana Crypt. Doesn't actually help me against Flusterstorm because I didn't play it last turn, and maybe I should have, but resolves. Key, Scroll, Narset. Island. I think I like Island Scroll or Misty Scroll. Fetch Tundra, scroll for Ancestral, and then I have Ancestral, snap Ancestral. But Narset's pretty decent as well against their deck. I just don't know if I have the blue mana to really be doing Narset things here. I like Misty Scroll. I think I would rather have second. Yeah, probably Tundra. No, they beat us in the Swiss. We know that they're on Gifts Breach, but with only 2 gifts and 2 drains or something. It looks like a really miserable matchup. We got really bodied in the Swiss, but and I think Ancestral is better than PO chat because of. I mean, I might have enough to actually snap PO. Maybe I just get PO. I don't want my PO to get drained though. Yeah, I would get Ancestral and then try to play Ancestral in his like combat phase or something like that. Runs into Misstep, I guess, but this is gonna be fetch sewers. Yeah, this is like a very much yeah, but I mean I have Snap. I don't know. It's very much a Discover End version of the Breach deck. It's not. I would not say it's a Sean version. Definitely, I will not be casting anything into Drain on my turn because I am not silly. And then I'll look to cast it in his end of combat phase so that even if he does drain my Ancestral, I can still, it'll still lose the mana. So. I think he's got like a lot less drains than the average version of this deck at the moment, but still no reason to play it. I still think it's better than casting End Step because I'm really not advancing my game very hard right now. So I still think I like casting it here. And then I'm willing to... That's so bad for me if there's a Flusterstorm. I should have known. I had to tutor for my Ancestral, but not Discover N. I guess I'm pretty contained against Flusterstorm, so I guess I will negate this Ancestral. I don't know. Maybe this is going too aggressive. But I'm the one with the mana advantage and a Mana Crypt. This is mana drain on my negation, which is what they're going to do. What, buy Lurrus with it? Fine. So now they get the mana drain mana in their second main phase of the tapped out turn, not on their next turn. This is why we did it in end of combat. And the only thing my opponent can do here is buy Lurrus unless they had Lotus or Sapphire. And now they're going to discard the hand size from buying Lurrus. So we really basically negated the entire part of mana drain and made it just counterspell for the most part. And now I'm untapping with Flusterstorm, Snap, Stock Up, Tolarian. So yeah, I think these are like the little things that people are not doing and are giving Sean free wins. Is kind of how I look at it. All right, I'm definitely jamming here with a Flusterstorm. What am I jamming is a question. I can jam Snap Merchant PO, which is probably the best line. I cast my spells in my opponent's end of combat so that they couldn't use their mana drain mana. That's the line I'm talking about. Sean was the guy at the tie place. Correct. Correct. I feel like that was real good. Because that's 2 POs right there with that board for 5 and probably more. So not bad. All right, got a game win against Discover N. That's better than our last match. Now we got to find 1 out of 2. I mean, we tried boarding in Leyline Cage against him, but I'm not sure that's very good. But like, I really, really dislike Mystic Vamp. Needle is dead. Portable Hole is dead. Which is why we ended up in a place where we were playing ley lines and cages. Hey, man. I'm a Whippo-inspired hater, so I'm okay with Fly losing some games. Any games, every game. I'm going to try not bringing in the cage. I mean, I can get the cage off the Tezzeret. I mean, Inspired's a very good player. I respect Inspired's skill. I can still be a hater, though. Maybe I'll do this. Try this. I think these cards are so bad that it's worth it. I think you want to hit all your land drops, but you could cut island as well. I think we cut island for our last time for the ley line is our exact cuts we made last time. But this deck has a lot of 4 and 3 drops, so... Ending for Bobble? I don't think there's even a Bobble in his list. I don't think ending hits anything. No, there's nothing there. I can show you guys the list, chat. 3 drains, 2 gifts, 1 trap in the main, 1 pyro, 1 fluster, 1 chain in the main, and then post board, probably just a bunch of pyroblast, maybe a dress down, maybe a negation, maybe a grudge, who knows. Sand has no mana. Is balance good? Not in this matchup particularly, no, but we have a lot of bad cards in this matchup. This hand is so bad. Guess we go to 5. That's our best hand. It's not a very good hand, but it is our best hand. I agree, but like, they're better than playing Mystical and Vamp, man. Those cards are so bad. And Portable has no targets, and Needle has no targets, so like... I think it's just cards. Like, I'm probably going to bottom this ley line here, so I can try to play the game. Though... that might be difficult, too. I feel like I have to bottom ley line island and just, like, play it out like this, which is not great. It's not great. This deck is so clunky. It's so clunky. These are good draws. Playing them helps me play around like flusters and stuff. And there's no reason I wouldn't play them. So... I think like maybe drawing our colorless walkers would be good. That way we can't get red blast. Just someone who lives in Japan is all I know. They don't really do socials or talk to people or anything, so... It's not even clear to me if they're actually Japanese or not, or they just live in Japan. That's fucking great. Love that for me. That's really crazy. I'm surprised that they chose to tap out into stock up there. Why is this deck Singleton? Because they want to play with a toolbox of cards, I guess. I don't know. All right, I'm looking for Mox probably is my best draw. My own stock up. Probably casting this divination while they're tapped out. Well, I'm a little scared, chat, I must say. And now this can get trapped. I should have ordered this the other way so that the ruby was last, but it's okay. There's still an active saga, and my opponent has 5 cards, and I have no action, so I would say I'm unfavored. We're just making a construct? Ah, Tolarian Academy, I see. I mean, I've been questioning the deck since round 1. I think the deck is very questionable. Just because we're in the finals does not mean the deck is good. It's just something I stress a lot. I think my opponent has Hardcast Mana Drain up right now. They do. They have Mana Drain, Lorien Revealed, land. Shit. I think we're dead. We just did not hit the gasoline needed. I think this deck could really use like a second or a third stock up or a second or a third PO. It's really rough. So my opponent can buy and play Lurrus. They can cast Lorien Revealed. They can drain. Unfortunately, we need like 2 pieces of action, right? It's pretty rough. They need to play their land so they can hard cast a drain. This is a mistake. That's a mistake. What are they doing? Why didn't they play the land first so they could have drain up for my force? Maybe they just don't care. They drew flustered for turn. And now they're going to have drain up on my turn. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Oh, they have mana drain up, chat. They're going to play Lotus from the Yard. I'm lost. I'm deterministically dead. I just did not draw any action here, so... I also didn't even draw action then. All right, game 3. I don't know. Like, should I just like not play Leyline and just like play these mysticals that are so bad? Like maybe maybe I'm just like not allowed to cut the mystical tutors because my deck just can't, doesn't have enough action. It's crazy to say. Because like I think Mystical Vamp are so bad against Pyro, Fluster, Combo Control, Drago. I mean, I'm going to keep the cage in because I think the cage off of the Tezzeret is like fine. Yeah, but like, how are we going to resolve Tinker Blightsteel? Like, how are we resolving that? But I kind of, Prismatic has like no targets, basically. Maybe we just YOLO. YOLO Tinker, call it a day. I mean, maybe we just like are supposed to be YOLO Tinkering because this matchup is so bad, right? I mean, I can't imagine mulliganing this hand. I guess I will see Crypt, Time Walk, Key. Build out my mana and then choose to Brainstorm, maybe. Do I want to play this key into a trap? Probably fine. That's pretty good one. Got it forced. I'm going to hold the pedal so I have more Brainstorm cards. Force pitching force. 6 cards left for my opponent. Pearl, Island, Time Walk into Mana Drain mana. Jesus. All right. Merchant for Ancestral. Cast Ancestral. I assume. Maybe it doesn't have a land. Doesn't have a land. Okay. So has an Ancestral, I assume? Yeah. No, they did not draw the land off the Time Walk or for turn. This is my turn to win. Brainstorm. Okay. So I start with Probe into Snap Walk. And then I have a top key. It's not that bad. Ancestral Drain, Emerald Breach. I think I'd like to Snap Walk and then top spin. I think. Don't want to go to their turn. I think Snap Walking is good. Oh, I can play it all this turn, right? Use this. All right, so I draw Lotus Petal, unfortunately. I could spin in my upkeep to avoid the Lotus Petal. Is that worth using a blue mana? A blue mana is really strong here. I guess I could spin and then use my draw thing in upkeep. Maybe that's fine. Oh my god. Okay. So I guess I'm doing this. Oh, not that. That draws through all my shit. But I'm out of gas. I need to draw like Misstep or something now. Teferi Twister. I could just twist their hand. Oh no, I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to. Fresh grip. Oh my god, this hand is good. My opponent has a fresh grip. I have an insane mana advantage. I just need to live through the turn. So I think I just pass the turn, holding open, force Fluster off of Lotus. And then on my next turn, I can Merchant for PO. I don't think Merchanting for Ancestral is as good as holding open, force Fluster. I think Merchant for Ancestral would be a bad play here. Also loses my Lotus, which I want for my Academy. So, yeah. I mean, this was a really good 7, so. True. Ancestral has been a little rough for us, but it's not always rough. All right. And then the only thing we can, I mean, we can Merchant for PO is probably what we're doing with a Snapcaster in play and this much mana. So if we live through the turn without cracking Lotus, and the next turn we can just go top Merchant PO, play Academy, PO with Force Fluster, and then try to win. I mean, I would love to attack, but I'm currently waiting for my opponent to pass priority. I'm in the attack step. I'm in the beginning of the attack step, one could say. We might beat Discover N here. It's possible, but who knows? 7-card keep from Discover N after Twister. We'll see what happens. Probe. All right. You got perfect information that I have Force Fluster Merchant, Tolarian Brainstorm top. Saga is fine. I'm not worried about Saga. Jet. Pass. Makes sense. 12. Yogg will. It's not a bad one. I'm not even going to bother with attacking. I think I'm just going to make my plays. I think I have to use my Academy mana. Oh, I should have used, maybe used Key on Crypt, actually. Fluster negation on my Merchant Scroll. Force on your negation. They know my hand, so they can play this perfectly for whatever is the best line for them. I should have done this earlier. I am going to use my top. I have Lotus Yogg-Will rebuy, so they don't know about Yogg-Will. They pitched a dig to their force. This is gifts in response. Gifts can just resolve. I guess if they have two plus, who gives a shit? Gifts resolves, sure. Like, what could they possibly even get off this gifts that matters? They know about Fluster. I think they might concede. I mean, they could go 4 blue cards so that they could get 2 blue cards and have 2 forces, but then we are fine. Oh, I guess they have Mind Break. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give them Mind Break Trap. I'll give them Force before I give them Mind Break Trap. So this will give them a Force no matter what. You're right. I mean, I'm not allowed to, like... I'm not allowed to counter the gifts. I have to let the gifts resolve. So it's going to give them Mind Break Trap +1. Which is... Or, sorry, it's going to give them Force +1. Because I can't give them Mind Break Trap. Which is fine, right? It's not like they can get 2 counters off of this. Unless they already have a force in their hand. I don't think I'm supposed to fluster gifts, no. I mean, depending on what this Sensei's top draws, I'm just going to give them Ancestral and Force of Will. I'm going to put Trap and Negation in the bin. Choose 2 cards to put into the graveyard. Trap. Negation. And they pitched Ancestral. Trap over the top. That's a Volt Key. And Snap Fluster. And Force. GG. Oh, it's a GG. Let's go! I did not expect to win a challenge today with this deck, but we did it. I won the Vintage Challenge with almost a singleton deck list of vintage cards here. You could pretty easily change it to be so, kind of. Not really, because there's 4 Force of Wills, but... Wow. I do think that one of the things you can realistically take away from this is that you can build these combo control decks without Lurrus. We played maybe two or three blue black and Esper Frog decks, and we played two Lurrus Breach decks, and it was very doable. It's very cool that decks like this exist, and I hope that they continue to see more play, because it means we'll have a really, really wide and healthy metagame where basically every deck that could play Lurrus could also choose not to play Lurrus if that's what the pilot wanted to do. Let me get a nice little screenshot of this first, and then we'll talk about it, because I do have... I mean, if you were here for the whole 6 hour stream, you know I've got some complaints. and I won the challenge, but that does not mean this deck is perfect. In fact, your deck will probably never be perfect. It will change week to week. What did I really like about this deck today? What felt good? 15 lands felt good. Portable Hold Tezzeret felt good. Balance felt good. DT and Volt Key felt good. Narset, pretty reasonable. Stock Up, quite good. Karn did not feel good, but also we could maybe make it feel better with some changes. Jace, just okay. The PO was pretty good. I don't think the Twister was good for most of the day, but the Twister was good there. I think Teferi was quite good. And I think the best card in the deck today was Yogwill. I think the card that performed the best out of all of the cards we had was Yogwill. So that would be my biggest takeaway. The rest played roles, but the Yogwill was the one I think that performed just the best. So what don't I really like in this deck? I dislike the consistency. And it's tough because it's hard to add more 3-drops to this deck. It's already very clunky. But I would really like to see another stock up, another PO. Probably like 2 stock ups. That would be the thing I would most want to see from this deck. I'd like to maybe take out a top. It's tough to take out some of these cards because they're all part of this like Tezzeret package, but you only have one Tezzeret. So it's really tough. I think this Merchant Scroll is like a little weak on the weak side, but when it gets Ancestral, I mean, it's pretty good. So maybe it's fine. Like, I think the Lotus Petal, the Opal, the Mana Vault, the Needle, these are all cards I'm a little concerned about. I don't know that Mana Vault and Opal are, like, that good in your deck with 1 PO. Obviously, Mana Vault and Opal are good with the 1 Tezzeret. But again, this is only 1 Tezzeret. So, like, how much can you really build around the 1 Tezzeret? I will say that we did bring back Lotus Petal with Yogwill a few times. So, like, there's like nothing in this deck is bad. And that's kind of the reason I agreed to play it, is because all the cards are reasonable cards. It's just, can we make the configuration to a point where we add a little more consistency without subtracting too much power? I will say we boarded out Mystical Vampiric a lot, and I think Mystical especially is not a very good card to play in the main if you don't have a Tinker. I definitely wanted to be able to Mystical for Tinker Citadel an extremely large amount of the time. And I think, like, you can say I'm not playing Tinker Citadel in this deck for, like, stylistic reasons, right? But I just think you'll win so many more games if you have them that I would want to put Tinker Citadel in the main of this deck. I don't know if I agree that I would want to play Pierce over Fluster, but it's totally not unreasonable. It's a metagame call. I think this Otawara is not very good. I would move towards cutting the Otawara. That would be a card that I think is an easy cut as well.
I will say that Tezzeret Portable Hole is a great combination, and the fact that this deck can reasonably do that is really nice. The consigns came in okay. The Tinker of Blightsteel never came up, but we boarded it out a lot. Yeah, Otawara could be sync as well. That's true. I actually think that's a great idea because I think the blue count on this deck is a little sus, right? 4, 6, 10, 11, 15, 14, 21. The blue count in this deck is sus. So I would definitely swap out an Otawara for a sync. This deck might also want a Lorien. The strip mine was actually kind of reasonable, but it's tough to have, like, it's so tough to add all of these artifacts and a strip mine and a Tezzeret and a Karn. Like, you really eat away at, and a balance and a portable hole, and you really eat away at your possible blue count and really make your forces less likely. The number one change, if you were going to play this list and you want to change a card and you want to play it right away, take one of these Tabernacles. You don't need 2 Tabernacles in your Demonic Tutor Vampiric Tutor deck, and play a Lantern. Play a Soul Guide Lantern. This is going to mean your Karn always has the ability to draw a card. It's going to mean your Karn can exile things in your yard and put them into exile so that it can tutor for them. And it's also going to be filling the same slot against Dredge anyways. It's also going to let you bring this in against that Breach deck that we just played against as a cantripping artifact that can also slow down their Breach plan. We definitely would have won at least one of our games today if our Karn could have had a Lantern to search for, as it would have given our Opal Metalcraft and exiled the Lotus from our yard, letting us tutor the Lotus back up that we used to cast Karn. It was a really, really rough game that we ended up losing, and I think we lost predominantly because the Karn didn't have a board to go for. And I'm not saying that your one of Karn deck should have a large board to go for, but I think the opportunity cost of having like a thing like a Lantern in your sideboard is very low, especially when you already have like a Tabernacle that's not doing anything. I did like second Portable Hole a lot, and I thought Swords and Prismatic were very good cards to have in our tutor package. So yeah, lots of things to think about. I definitely had a lot of fun, and I also had a lot of stress because I played some sections of this tournament extremely well, and I think I won a bunch of games that other players may not have won because of how well I played. I also made some heinous mistakes that were game losing, or at least possibly game losing throughout the entirety of the event. So, it was really a mixed bag and very stressful. But thanks for sticking with me through the whole thing. We did get our revenge at the end versus Discover N here. And that was our only loss during the Swiss was Discover N, so we got the full revenge. And we played a really hard gauntlet. Of the people in the top 8, 4 of them we played in Swiss. We played Discover N in Swiss, we played Angels Jeffrey in Swiss, we played Edros in Swiss, and we played Bill's Ive in Swiss. So not an easy tournament. So I think we can be pretty happy and proud about what went on today. If you're new here and came from a raid, thanks for hanging out. Make sure you drop a follow on Twitch and a subscribe on YouTube. Both of those things are free actions that you can do to help support my channel. I stream Vintage at least twice a week. Usually those times are Wednesday night after work at 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern, and then either the Friday night challenge at 6 p.m. Eastern or the Saturday afternoon challenge at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you ever miss that, I upload all of my videos, all of my live streams become videos for my YouTube channel, and YouTube channel gets videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'll see you then.